Alright, everybody. How's it going? Spaceman Dips here. I believe it is time for us to get started. How's it going, y'all in Discord? I believe we're here, eh?
Hey, hey.
Yo.
Howdy.
Nice
Here.
first Infinite one. And thank you for the follow as well. Rolling into the first session here. I believe small bit of introductions are in order. Most of us know me here. I'm Spaceman Dips. This is my channel. I usually play like World of Warcraft and Xenoblade and stuff like that. And we have fun. But we should go on to the stars of our show. Rob?
Going on? Rod Pierre here.
Gorkar?
Hey, here.
Here. Jabbers.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
I'm going to turn you guys down just a tiny bit on Discord because I didn't know how loud. And Frankie.
Traven here, and I have a cold, which means Frankie does too.
Yes, Frankie canonically has a cold this session. Infinite One says, boo, Rob. So let's get...
Everyone's jumping on the We Hate Rob bandwagon.
Oh, yeah? I believe that we got to start the first session off here by getting a dice roll from everybody. A nice, solid D20. You're trying to not be the lowest. And make sure that you've got your session recap ready if you get the lowest number.
That's a 14.
Rolled a 1.
Oh, no, Frankie.
Well, we know who's giving recap.
I hope you all are ready, because my shit is super long.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I also have like a diary entry.
Frankie
Oh,
has
boy.
the most intense entry. And we need a roll from Gorkar. And a roll from Rob. Just to make sure neither of you tie with are you rolling with real dice or are you rolling on D&D Beyond?
Oh, did it not connect to my D&D Beyond? Harpy? Uh-oh.
Oh, well, what did you get?
A 14.
A 14? As long as none of y'all rolled a 1. JC, yeah, Gorkar?
Rolled a 12. Did that not show up either?
I
nope.
know why. I fixed mine. It should be good. I'm testing it now. Don't count this roll.
Alright. Well, it's all good. You guys can call out your dice rolls for now as well.
Yeah, I'm good.
Saw it, Rob. So Frankie, let's get that beautiful recap, my friend.
Alright, everybody. Buckle up, I guess.
Buckle the fuck up.
Here begins the account of Francis Everwind, son of Lonick Everwind and Moira Brewer. When I went to bed last night, I knew that when I awoke, I would have left Red Lake behind. The entity I shall hereafter refer to as the Light, which invaded my home unannounced and unwelcome, said as much. However, what I awoke to still came as a shock. I found myself in a dark room with simple wooden floors furnished with 4 wooden chairs placed in the corners. When I awoke, I was seated in one of these chairs. The others were likewise occupied with 3 strangers, a human man whom I immediately took for a member of the nobility by his garb and manner, a rather large and broadly muscular hirsute creature, and a small scale-covered creature whose aspect was altogether draconic even to my simple peasant's eyes. Though the latter 2 were still sentient races of some kind, they walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. The draconic one in particular wore a very fine bicorn hat. I immediately took them for monsters, like those told to me by my father in tales of his adventures. I immediately sought aid from the nobleman, for he was dressed in fine armor and had the air of a trained warrior. To his credit, the stranger came to my aid at once. There was much bandying of words between the 4 of us, all of us spoke the common tongue, until we realized the room we were in had begun moving upward by some unseen mechanism. Likewise, around the same time, we began to hear loud noises from above us that we soon realized was the excited cheering of a crowd. Not long after, the ceiling of the room opened up and we found ourselves standing in a massive arena, the likes of which I have neither seen nor heard tales of before. The crowd in the stands around us was massive and restlessly awaited whatever sport we had been brought here for. The crowd was comprised of all manner of folk, some I have seen before, and many others I had never even heard described. A blaring announcement from overhead informed us that we were to participate in gladiatorial combat. This displeased me greatly, as I am neither accustomed to nor enjoy fighting of any kind. Nevertheless, our opponents were brought in, and the fighting began. For 3 rounds of the games, me and my new fellows fought, each round containing new and loathsome creatures I shall not here describe in much detail. Suffice it to say, I was fortunate to be paired with the 3 strangers, for they availed themselves most splendidly. As the games went on, I was able to gather the names and races of my companions. The nobleman was one Rob the Pure, a holy warrior from an order of knights. The large, hairy creature was evidently called a bugbear, and was named Gorkar. The small, draconic one was a kobold, a creature mentioned often to me by my father, though this one's manner was quite different in some ways to those described to me, named Jabbers. Though each slew our fair share of enemies, even myself, which came as a surprise to me, for I have never slain another living creature save livestock and crops, Gorkar in particular proved a particularly vicious combatant. He has a habit of cleaving his foes in twain with a great axe from nape to neck I found gruesome, but which was quite effective. Our final fight with some creature named Gorthax was particularly trying. However, the 4 of us prevailed, which was evidently unexpected based on the crowd's reaction. After the fighting, we were escorted from the arena by 2 large servants of the creature in charge of these affairs. We were brought to their master, one Lord Veld, who to my eyes is some miniature many-eyed monstrosity encased in a glass bowl, and either carried by some small construct in a unicorn onesie, evidently named Zit, or placed upon some kind of finely dressed humanoid construct body which enables him to move about freely. Lord Veld spoke with us very shortly and told us he was impressed by our performance. He then took his leave and left us to the care of his manservants, who in turn took us to what would be our accommodations for the night, a tavern called the Broken Fiddle. There we chatted with the tavern keeper, who told us many things. Chiefly, he told us we were now captives in Lord Veld's realm, here to do his bidding, that all of the inhabitants of this place, which was a city larger than I had ever seen, had all been brought here by him for that same purpose, that all of the inhabitants of Velderheim... sorry, I lost my place. Give me a sec. That all the inhabitants of Velderheim had... sorry, again. All the inhabitants of Velderheim had been transported, or get transported to some kind of dungeon in the city when we die, and that there is no known way of escaping, or for that matter, what Lord Veld has even brought us here to do. My companions and I retired shortly after, but not before being accosted by 2 other kobolds who tried to intimidate us into giving them the money we had earned from the day's fighting. They were unsuccessful in this venture. In the morning, my companions and I took breakfast in the tavern before setting out into the city, known as Velderheim. We all made our way to the human quarter after learning indirectly from the tavern keeper that there is some sort of prejudice involving humans in the city. Upon reaching the gate to the human quarter, Jabbers and Gorkar were turned away rudely by the guards, much to the chagrin of us all. Rob the Pure and myself entered while Jabbers and Gorkar went to investigate the shopping district. In some sort of community center in the human quarter, we met 2 humans who likewise told us many things. The most important thing we learned was that all of the inhabitants of Velderheim were brought here because some cosmic force is slowly destroying the planes of existence, and Lord Veld seems to think this is how he will find heroes to stop it. Shortly after, we were called into the arena again, joining Gorkar and Jabbers, who were evidently already there, even though we had left them alone for barely an hour. Another rather taxing fight against a pair of needle monsters occurred. My companions and I once again found victory. We entered the Broken Fiddle once more for lunch, after which my companions and I all went our separate ways to consult other inhabitants of the city who are supposed to provide training to us in our respective combat specialties.
Beautiful.
And that is it.
And that was just session 1. And if you're interested to hear another perspective on that, make sure you're hanging around at the beginning of after the midpoint of the session, when we take our 15-minute break. When we come back, Jabbers, Gorkar, and Rob will again roll off against each other, and the loser of that roll will then read their perspective of last session. Each of them are written from their character's own perspective. So they will be varying levels of verbose and crudity of writing, I assume. I especially expect very fun descriptions from jabbers, honestly. um, Let me see. Oh yeah, and if you are interested in seeing all perspectives before the next session goes live, then make sure that you go and check out Patreon. Anybody who is subscribed on our $10 tier and up gain access to all of the game materials, including player notes on sessions and what have you. That being said, I believe that we are getting back into the City of the Lost. Who are we going to be starting with here today? It's really kind of up to the players. We were having fun with jabbers over here in the Warrens. When we checked out, we can come back to what's going on over here in a bit. But I would like to go either see what's going on with Gorkar at the Warriors Guild, Rob the Pure, who is heading into the Chapel of the Gods, and it looks like Frankie is heading into the Arcane Ward. So, who do you guys think we should go for first here?
What, in stream decide or us?
Oh, I'm talking to you guys. You know,
Oh, I vote
this
as
is our
one
game.
of you guys. I vote
Yeah.
as one of you guys so that I can give my voice a chance to rest.
That is fair. So Gorkar or Rob, and I believe that we did a whole bunch of stuff with Gorkar during last session, so it makes sense that we go hang out with Rob right now. What do you guys think?
Totally agree.
Sounds good to
Awesome.
me.
Awesome possum. So let's see. Let me make sure that oh look, I've got all my NPCs over here that I might grab. Okay. Let me just put them. Let me put the proper NPCs over here on the proper side. Bam, bam. Alright, I grabbed the bird and a dwarf. I did. Alright, cool beans. So, Rob.
All right.
You are heading into the Chapel of the Gods. So, as you enter the gates into, there's like a large stone wall that surrounds the area that the Chapel of the Gods is contained within. And as you approach, you see that there's a couple of individuals wearing very familiar looking gear in that they look like they would be paladins of some order, though the markings of their orders are both different and neither of which are anything you personally recognize. But they just look you over as you approach and give you a nod as you just are allowed to walk on by. And you enter a very large wooded area. Now I actually need to look at Sirenscape for a moment because I actually have here we go. So the rain here pours as heavy as always. The drops of rain are actually a bit fatter within the walls, it seems. And there's a number of very large, very dead-looking trees filling this area. And you can see up ahead to your left that there's a rather large fog bank that obscures your view entirely. And then up ahead of you, you can see to the right there is a cluster of smaller buildings, and then a very, very large, like, cathedral-type building at the very end. And standing at the end of the walkway, kind of like looking at a little timepiece on their wrist, is an Aarakocra man, a golden. Here, let me zoom in for stream. There we go. A golden feathered Aarakocra paladin who seems to be waiting for something as you approach.
Greetings. I was sent here. I was told that there would be someone here who could help me get closer to the light.
He turns to you, his head kind of very raptor-like gaze with his eagle-like head, where his eyes lock onto you and his head flits from turning to the left and then it cocks to the right, and then he like looks down, looks up, and he says, "You are Rob."
Indeed. I am Rob the Pure.
He nods. "I am Lofir. I am the one that you have come to speak to."
Can I just get a moment to spell his name out?
That's Lof apostrophe Vir. Lofvir.
Right.
And I am the head paladin here at the Chapel of the Gods.
It's good to meet you. I have to ask. It seems rather desolate here for a place called the Chapel of the Gods.
Indeed. I believe you would want to see your god statue before we move on, yes?
Indeed.
He nods as if he expected that you would want to do this. Though from his inflection, he seems to be under the impression that you were already aware of whatever he's talking about. And he leads you around towards the front of the fog bank, next to a well up in front of the cathedral. And he just looks at you and says, "Follow me." And he steps into the fog bank out of sight.
Take a deep breath. And I trust in him. And I take a step in.
You step in to the fog bank, and on the other side, you find yourself in an area where there is no rain, and you can hear the sounds of birds around you, and you are in a large, expansive, beautiful garden with cobblestone walkways that are very well taken care of, crossing between these enormous statues. A lot of these statues are marble in appearance, but a large number of them are pure gold. And Lofvir just says, "It took me a while to find it, but it is this way." And he leads you down through the walkways. You can hear kind of the faint trickle of a brook as you walk over a small arched bridge. There's a number of lily pads down below. You can see a few frogs and fish down below. This is very much, it feels like you're in a totally different world than you just were a minute ago. You look up and you see a clear blue sky, a beautiful shining star, beautiful shining sun, bright yellow color, kind of warming your face.
This must be what it's like to bask in the light.
Lofir just sighs and says, "Your light does not shine here, unfortunately. Nor does mine. All the same,
What is this?
this is the Garden of the Gods. Lord Veld keeps it as a reminder for all of us. Here we are." And he stops and he waves his feathered hand towards a very, very beautiful statue of your god, which you can describe if you would like. But it is, by the way, a marble statue.
Okay, that's fine. It would probably be more of a statue carved at the bottom would be like replica of like, people and like humans and elves and dwarves and alike, gnomes, and they'd be looking up and the light would just be like appearing to shine down on them as if, because we never actually gave a physical form to the light. But we one day find out what it is,
Yeah, but
when we
also,
pass.
this is like, even if you've never seen an actual visage of your actual god, This is a statue of your actual god here. So
Okay.
there's all the mystery is pulled away for your character. You see the image of your god standing here.
Hmm. I would have to say it would be something like he would be like the perfect, like, you know, he's definitely human, but like, you know, he'd be like a Greek statue kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing
Okay.
going on. He'd have a, you know, a halo above him, and I'm gonna say he holds a long sword in one hand and a shield because that is what my order is practiced in.
All right. And you see this statue and you kind of feel overcome with emotion seeing this the most beautiful statue of your god. You could almost you it looks so real. It looks as if it's just a person standing there made out of marble. And Lofir just stands silently behind you, waiting for you. You know, he doesn't rush you. He lets you take your time.
Yeah, Rob goes up to the altar and, like, you know, he begins to do his prayers and things, and just considers himself so lucky to be able to see the form of the light before his passing. And after which, I will stand up and turn to him, wiping a tear from my eye, and say, "I am ready to begin."
He nods. Very well. Come with me. And he turns and leads you back out of this beautiful garden. And you find yourself standing back out. I'm getting the Sirenscape pulled up again, so I gotta change it. You find yourself standing outside the Temple of the Gods in the rain yet again. And he says, well, I believe that you should meet the leader of our chapel before you go.
Agreed.
And he leads you inside of the chapel, which has its own sound, which I am getting. Temple of the Gods inside. There we go. So this is the Temple of the Gods. And you find yourself standing in a very serene, but like the mood of this place is not peaceful as much as it is like, let me see, my words are failing me. It's less of a happy peacefulness and more like the kind of peace that settles over someone in death, that hangs over this place. And you lock eyes with a couple of priests of, again, different orders that you don't recognize. And they look very sullen. Their eyes are sunken. They don't make any move to greet you or come speak to you. They just watch you come in. Most of the individuals in this place, it seems that the light has been absent from their lives for some time. You see a lot of despair around you in this place.
What has happened to this place?
Lofir just shakes his head and says, the same thing that happens to all of us eventually, unfortunately. A very short dwarf comes walking towards you you and Lofir. He is wearing very finely crafted dwarven make armor, and he has a large mace at his side and a very colorful runic dwarven shield. His beard hangs down to about mid-chest and is very thick, and he doesn't have it braided, but it is tied together down near the bottom. And and what was your question for Lofir as this dwarf is approaching you? I heard you saying something.
Oh, are you saying that these people have forsaken their light?
I am saying that their light is no more.
How can that be?
And he shakes his head and says, "You will discover what I mean in time." And he just he puts his hand on your shoulder and just gives you a firm, reassuring. He doesn't smile. He's a very he seems very serious in nature, but he just gives you kind of a reassuring kind of head nod with his hand on your shoulder. And then he says, "Good luck." And he
Thank you.
turns and leaves you for now as this dwarf approaches you. And he said, and I'm not going to do his accent, but just so all of you know, canonically, dwarves in my setting have cowboy accents. So think more like Yosemite Sam than a Scotsman. But also I would murder it, so I'm not going to even try. So he comes up to you, and he looks you up and down with his hands on his hips, and he says, "Well, you're the new guy, huh?"
I suppose so. I'm here to seek your training.
"Oh, no, your training is with him." And he points to the retreating Aarakocra man who is
Oh.
like walking back out the doors, and he says, "But this is I did establish this temple, so
Forgive me.
I did
learned
ask for you to be brought to me."
I've discovered some unsettling news. It
Oh.
scrambled my mind for a moment.
Mm.
Those others, the fact that their light is gone, it disturbs me.
Well, that is why you are here, is it not?
I suppose so. It is now.
He nods. Indeed. We have all come here in our own time. It is our sacred charge to watch over the others that have been brought.
Is there a way to help them?
No. Their gods are gone, along with their entire planes. Everything that they knew. It is an unsettling thing to learn, but the gods and the planes are connected. When a plane dies, so does its god.
See.
What you see around you are priests of orders that no longer exist, for their gods and their worlds are dead.
Well, if there is any shred of hope, perhaps, maybe one day, I will discover a way to reverse these effects. I hope.
He nods. That is the hope. But come. I would like to ask you some things about your own god and add it to our encyclopedia, our library. And he leads you into the back towards a very fine looking office. He's got a number of things around the inside, one of which is a picture that looks like it was, again, like a photograph type image of himself and a short gnome girl who it has like kind of a dirty face. There's an owl sitting on her shoulder. Himself, he looks much younger. Though he already looks gray in this picture, something about him just appears much younger than he looks to you now. And he's got like a tankard in his hand raised up, and his arm is thrown around another dwarf who has a scraggly black beard and like a giant two-handed hammer thrown on his back. And this dwarf also has a tankard raised high, and there's a human kind of standing behind them with his arms crossed, just looking smug.
Who are these gentlemen with you?
And you know what? I am gonna add him to the goddamn picture. There's he was a human, right? Yeah, you were a human. Cedric was a human.
Cedric was a halfling.
With a halfling. Okay, so you see a halfling standing to the side, with like a large stone arm, and he's just like looking down at the ground, kind of not really in the moment with the rest of them.
I'll never be free of this goddamn character.
Who are these other gentlemen in this picture?
He looks at the picture and goes, "Oh, just friends long gone."
Friends are never gone, so long as they're in your heart.
And he is going to talk with you at length about such things as your world and your god and your order. But while that's happening,
My God.
we
Starlight.
should. I pick Frankie. I pick Frankie.
You're in charge.
Frankie, you
God
are.
has spoken.
Wow, Rob, what an awesome performance. Wow, Rob, thank you for giving yourself kudos in the chat. Minus 50 EXP.
Oh, wait, really?
No. 50 XP deficit for Rob. No. Ooh, that could be a redeem though. Give a character an XP deficit.
Don't encourage
Oh,
them
wait,
to
yeah.
fuck us over any more than they already have.
I do need more negative ones and more positive ones, so it's all good. So yes, Frankie, you walk through the streets a bit, kind of taking in everything and processing all that you've learned so far, and you find yourself standing at the foot of the Arcane District towers, reaching high up into the sky. They actually look even taller up close than they did from a distance, as if as you were walking towards them, they grew exponentially in height until when you were at their base looking up, there's no way they were this tall when you were a block away.
Frankie just sighs and goes, "Wizards." How do I get in?
You look, you see that all the buildings have smooth stone walls and no doors. At the moment, you're not entirely sure how you would get inside, but you do look over and you see good old Francis Edwin Morgan Hewson von Landerbert Reginald IV, strolling merrily munching on an apple, down the street nearby. Where is Francis anyway? I need to grab him. Oh, I don't have Francis on the board at the moment. Here, let me add Francis to my characters so I can put him on the map. Where are you, Francis? There you are.
I'm right here. God.
Francis Edwin. There we go. So you see Francis walking by, like he's coming from the human district and he's like walked past you and he's heading like, where's my ping? There we go. He's heading like over here.
Frankie is going to follow him, but try not to call attention to himself.
He walks towards the small building that you see sandwiched between the wall and the building you were standing out in front of, and he just walks straight into the stone wall and disappears into it like it doesn't even exist.
Again, Frankie is just going to sigh and go, "Wizards." He's gonna approach that wall, but before he tries to walk through it, he's gonna like prod the wall with his staff to see if it just like sinks through.
Yep, it just goes through.
Alright. Frankie walks through the wall then.
Alright. I need to get another character on here. A couple more characters on here. Okay. So let me grab Ruin. And let me grab... no, we're not going to have you. Okay. We'll leave that guy for later. So, Sirenscape, don't fail me now. I have something set up for this, yes? Oh no. Ah, I do. You find yourself inside a very climate-controlled, comfortable room with, there's just books lined along shelves all around you. And this place is impossibly large. You don't know where you just walked into, but you got kind of a weird, kind of wrenching in a different direction sensation as you walked through the wall. You get the particular sensation that you were teleported or transported somewhere else. This place is a massive circular grand library, and you see Francis kind of merrily walking on down towards a staircase that heads downwards.
Again, Frankie is gonna tail him a little bit without trying to call attention to himself because he remembers how verbose Francis is.
As you follow him, you kind of wind through various library rooms and studies, and there's a couple of places where you see rooms full of people in robes, wielding various focuses and wands, hucking spells at what you can only assume are like practice dummies and such. There's one room where they've got people who are like sitting down inside of what looks like glass spheres, and most of them are just like reading books and such, and there's a faint aura around the spheres, and the wizards are using these spheres as you get the impression that they're targeting the people inside the spheres with magic to practice, and then the spheres nullify any magic coming, and the people inside the spheres are just like reading books and shit while they're being used as a target. And eventually you round a corner to almost run face first into a very tall, feral tiefling man with red skin and curved red and black horns, and he just stares down at you, waiting for you to speak.
You would be Ruin, I presume.
That's me. You.
Frankie's gonna kind of like cautiously stick out his hand for a handshake and go, Frankie Everwind.
He kind of he looks you up and down, just shakes his head and goes, "Oh great. A pretty boy, huh?"
Thank you?
Wasn't a compliment. Follow me. And he turns and just walks back the direction that you came from. You see Francis is kind of turning a corner down the hall, going, wherever he's going, it's deep in whatever this complex is.
That's fine. I was only following him to figure out where I needed to go, not to see where he's going. Frankie follows Ruin.
And he says to you, "The name's Ruin, though I assume that they have told you who I am by now."
Yeah, the barkeeper at the Broken Fiddler mentioned.
Broken Fiddler, yes. Vilnar is an interesting fellow.
That's one way to put it.
Did he tell you anything about me? He kind of like looks sideways at you with like a bit of a sinister kind of smirk as he evaluates your reaction.
Let's just say you match the description he gave.
He nods and goes, "Good." He leads you back up and then off in another direction, and at this point you are fully lost. This place is a twisting, turning, stairs up, stairs down, rooms, hallways, corridors. You can't make heads or tails of where you are anymore. You don't even know if you're higher or lower than you initially started. But finally, you're brought to a small, very, very fine office. There's a little picture sitting on a desk that's got a much younger looking Ruin with tiefling woman and like a couple of kids. Number of books. There's a globe of a world that you don't recognize that's like pockmarked with craters and volcanoes and lava. From the coloring, you assume anyway.
You
Go for it.
you had a family.
Oh, yeah, at one point.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Everything ends eventually, doesn't it?
I mean, yes.
Everything.
I'm to understand to a certain extent that's why we're all here, yes?
Ah. So someone did tell you. Good. I wasn't looking forward to being the one to have to break that to you.
Yes, the verbose wizard we passed in the hall, who was fond of conjured apples, told us.
Ah.
Well, actually, he avoided telling us. His compatriot told us.
You mean Francis, the fourth? Yes, that him. He told you his whole name too, right?
Yes, but I would be hard-pressed to say that I remember any of it.
You're half human. What's the deal with that?
I don't know. My last name is my father's name, and he was an elf, and my first name is... Frankie kind of sighs for a second. My mom thought it sounded elven.
Huh. Well, my people, we get to choose our names, so, I don't know what that's like. Sounds like it sucks, though. Here. And he tosses a thick tome onto the desk and goes, there you go.
What is a book?
You
I'm
look
just
at
supposed-
it, and it looks like the most generic magic and you kind of book. And he just leans back in his chair and goes, there you go. All you need to know.
This is a textbook?
Well, yes, you don't expect me to actually teach you, do you? That sounds
I mean-
horrid.
That's what I was told that's your job.
I feel a little bit like we're mismatched, though. I'm, me, and he like brings up both of his hands, and an arc of flame electric energy like crackles between the two, obliterating, by the way, the picture on his desk. And then he just like smirks at you while holding this energy between his hands, and he goes, and then there's you with and it cuts out, and he goes with that.
I mean, I can make fire. And Frankie, does the beginning somatic movements and stuff to cast Firebolt.
He goes, yes, we can all make fire, but you are, you manipulate, like, light and stuff like that. That's not really my thing, you know?
Yes, but my understanding was that my magic still comes from blood, my bloodline. That's why, and he takes the vial out of his bag that was given to him at the beginning, the magic one, and shakes it. And he's like, I put some of my blood in this, and it resonated. I guess I don't know. It just felt like the thing to do when I found the vial in my bag.
A gift from your god. How quaint. I have mine somewhere around here. He looks around and goes, or do I? And he gets completely distracted from your conversation, looking around his office, going, I know it's around here somewhere. And he seems to completely forget about you for about 5 minutes' time.
Frankie just kind of clears his throat.
Excuse me. What are we?
My point being, yes, my blood is from some kind of divine influence of some point in my history, although its exact origins are unknown to me or anybody I've ever talked to for that matter. But that's neither here nor there.
Yes. I get that, but really, they're expecting me to teach you what when our magic comes from within. There's no teaching that.
Then why the book in the first place?
To make them happy, and he waves his hand out at nobody in particular.
So I just take the book and never come back here. I just figure it all out on my own. That's how this works.
Preferably. That would be fantastic, actually. Yes, I'm glad you said it first. It was your idea.
Well, I'm reading the context of the conversation. I'm not pulling this out of thin air here.
Semantics.
Did you get it? Pulling out of thin air. It's a magic chip.
How clever.
Nevertheless, it is your job to teach me, and I'm afraid I must insist on these lessons,
Well,
at least when you think it's necessary.
well there you go. There's a book. If you need to learn anything else, right now is not the time. You are not ready.
Frankie picks up the book and goes, "Fair enough. Guess I'll see you around, Ruin."
He nods. Yeah, sure. Why don't you go talk to the people over at the temple with your paladin friend? They might be able to help you out a bit more since it's divine. Just my recommendation.
It's just one errand after another in this place. Fine. See you later. And Frankie's gonna try to navigate his way out.
As you walk out of the office, you come face to face with Francis, who goes, "Why, hello there. Would you like an apple?" And he offers you an apple, but doesn't really wait for you to take it as much as just drops it in your hands and goes, "Have a good day. Have a good day, my good sir." As he just like goes strutting down the hallway, and Ruin like pokes his head out and goes, "I hate that guy."
I'm not the biggest fan myself. The apples are good though. I don't know if you've ever eaten one. Highly recommend it. And he takes a bite out of the apple.
Ruin hisses and goes, "Horrid little things. The red color would suggest poison."
You eat meat, don't you? Meat's red.
He just stares at you for a moment and then just closes his door, and you hear like the latch.
I'm gonna take that to mean I won this conversation. Frankie leaves.
So Frankie, you spend the next roll a survival for navigating because survival is the check for navigating a place. Landmarks, visual indicators.
That is a dirty 20.
A dirty 20? Yeah, you just turn out and you walk out and you go, "Okay, I remember that." And then you walk farther and you hit a bend and you look the one way and then the other and you go, "Okay, I remember that." You basically get out by virtue of, "Okay, I remember that over there."
So the way I, Traven, the human being, navigate the real world, I understand.
And eventually you find yourself back out in front of the Arcane District, bringing us over to Gorkar, who is standing outside of the Fighters Guild.
Yes.
Or the Warriors Guild, sorry. It's not the Fighters Guild, it's the Warriors Guild. So, yep. Up to you now, Gorkar.
What is the Warrior? Is it just like a big building?
Uh-huh. Just a big... Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. The Warriors Guild building is a large, like, very properly guild-like building. Very finely crafted wood, very well kept on the outside. You can tell that it's very, very well taken care of by very disciplined individuals. The kind of stuff that you'd expect from people whose background is probably not too dissimilar from your own. Looking at the building, you see a large sign that says Warriors Guild on it with what looks like a fresh coat of paint, and it's sitting underneath an overhang to keep it out of the water, of the rain overhead. And inside, you can kind of hear the rustle of movement and the echo of voices. And you can hear from the other side of the building, because there is a stone wall around like a yard area behind the building, you hear the sounds of sparring combat from behind the building.
Gorkar's ear flicks at the sound of steel against steel, and he kind of crooks his head a little bit, raises his big furry fist up to knock, and shakes his head and says, "Gorkar just let himself in," and opens the door.
You open the door and stride inside. Boop. And you find yourself in a well-furnished place. There's like large kind of rugged furniture that looks like it's made out of like the kind of stuff that you'd expect like a woodcutter to make for themselves, kind of furniture. Large logs with padded seating sitting around. There's busts of very large animals and creatures hanging up on the walls around overhead. This building, it seems, is magically enchanted to be bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. And you can see there's like a grand wooden staircase up on one side, up to a balcony area. It looks like a very large, like, lodge type building. And around you also see like there's furs on the ground and a number of very strong warrior looking individuals sitting around talking to each other. 3 individuals in particular stand out to you. You see Merc, the half-orc barbarian, sitting at a table with a purple-skinned amethyst dragonborn gentleman with an eye patch. He's got 2 sabers hanging off his hips, and there's also a pure white-eyed, reborn individual who has a mask over their nose and mouth, and they're all 3 kind of sitting at a table with some cards. It looks like they're just playing poker.
Gorkar will look across the room and see Merc, and Merc, waving his hand over his head.
Merc looks up and goes, "Ah, Gorkar! Merc, welcome, Gorkar! Come sit, play cards!" The Dragonborn...
Gorkar's gonna join him.
The Dragonborn takes a big drag off of a fat cigar that's in his mouth, and he goes, "Is this your new trainee, Merc?" "Yes, Merc trainee! Gorkar! Merc already beat Gorkar senseless once! Good trainee! Ha ha ha!" And she slaps Gorkar on the back and goes, "Lots of room to grow! Merc can teach many things!"
Gorkar kind of Gorkar kind of laughs and says, "Gorkar pretty sure Jabbers and Gorkar had Merc on ropes."
Merc laughs. The Dragonborn rolls the one eye that you can see, and he goes and he pulls the cigar out of his mouth, and he says, "The name's Arvis. Nice to meet you." And he holds one of his hands out to shake yours.
Gorkar takes it from much further away than Arvis would have initially thought him able to be.
His hand feels unlike anything you've ever felt before. In fact, Arvis seems to be wearing gloves that you can feel the texture of what's underneath these gloves, and despite them being thick leather, you get the impression that if you shook his hand without that leather in the way, that this would be a little bit of a painful experience, as it feels like you're shaking just like a sharp gemstone formation. You're just grabbing like crystals, like raw crystals. he looks like he's made of amethyst, and it seems like his scales are amethyst. They feel like they're amethyst as well. And then Merc points across the table at the Deadborn, or the Reborn, and says, "That Meatless." Meatless nods their head, and you just hear them go, "Meatless."
Gorkar's head kind of tilts quizzically. Me, Gorkar. He kind of like leans forward and squints his eyes, trying to figure out what the fuck.
The individual smells faintly. It's not like he smells bad. You can tell that whatever's going on with him, though, that he would smell bad if he didn't have like you can see that there's some flowers stuffed into the front of their shirt, and there's like you can see the gleam of scented oil that's been rubbed like just on their chest where it's bare. They smell good by virtue of the flowers and the oils, but you have that there's a faint musty stench of death underneath it. You can tell that this individual is definitely not what you would consider living. Arvis just shakes his head and goes, yeah, Meatless is a bit of a mystery, aren't they?
Why they called meatless?
Arvis shrugs. Meatless just looks at you and says, "Meatless. Name. Only name, Meatless, remember."
Gorkar just nods his head, and he's got kind of a confused look on his face, but he says, "Very well. Gorkar not really understand, but that okay."
Well, Merc says, "What bring Gorkar here?"
Gorkar told by Zolnar that Gorkar should find his trainer.
Oh. Gorkar already meet Merc. Gorkar want to fight Merc again?
Gorkar shrugs, says, "Maybe, but first Merc teach Gorkar how to play card game."
Merc just laughs. Arvis deals you in, as he seems to be the dealer at the moment, and he says, 2 Velder buy-in, Gorkar.
Gorkar kind of rummages around on his waist from side to side. Like, 1 second, yes. You hear some rattling, and Gorkar's like muttering to himself, "Oh, God, I know I have. Hold on." And finally, his coin purse comes out, and he pulls out from a hefty, for only having been here for a short time, his coin purse is rather heavy. And he drops 2 elders.
All right, now we're just going to have you roll. Do you have skill in card games?
No.
Ooh. Okay, so this will be your wisdom or your intelligence based on if Gorkar, based on how Gorkar is playing. You know, you could use intelligence or you could use wisdom to play cards, conceivably, I think.
And is that's just a wisdom check?
Yes. It would have your proficiency if you had proficiency in card games.
13.
13. Let me see. I'm gonna roll for Merc, Arvis, and Meatless. So, Merc, Arvis, Meatless. All right. Well, Merkful, through the next few rounds of games, it seems Arvis is a bit of a shark. He got a natural 20 for a 20. Meatless got 15, and Merc got a 2. So you guys bust out Merc pretty quickly, who grumbles and throws her cards down on the table, curses in Orcish and goes stomping off to the other side of the room to do something. Arvis laughs. Meatless just seems unpressed by it, and you keep playing. You're the next one to bust out though. So I would say to roll a I guess roll a d6 just to see how much money Gorkar loses before he goes, nah, I'm good. And that would be Velders that you lose.
That's a 1.
Alright, so Gorkar, you win a few hands when Merc busts out, but then it's pretty clear that Arvis is a shark, and Meatless, for all that they are, is actually pretty good too. So you go negative 1 Velder, and it's like, alright, I'm done. You lost all the money you made, and then some by 1 and go, nope.
All right. Gorkar have fun in game, but not really get it. Thanks for letting it play.
Arvis nods. Well, come back anytime, my friend. And Meatless is just already ready for the next hand. Like, give Meatless cards. As they're like flipping 2 Velders out. So, you walk away from the table. Merc is sitting across the room in front of the fire, just sourly looking at the fire. Kind of, it seems like she's just lost in her own thoughts as she's just staring. Her eyes are staring past the fire into the distance, and she's just sitting there silently. She doesn't even notice you approaching.
Can I roll like an insight to see if Gorkar thinks that she should be left alone, or if he just is gonna walk up and be like, "Hey." That's a natural 20 for a 20.
Yeah. I mean, she looks like she's deep in contemplation, but she doesn't look like pissed off.
Okay. The bugbear approaches. What Merc thinking about?
She looks up. Oh, Merc thinking about Freddy. And she pulls out like a little picture and hands it to you. And you see that there's it's a picture of Merc with her arm around a human who has like cleric's robes on. And he is much smaller than her. Like in their dynamic, she's huge and muscular. She's easily 4 times his weight. And he's like this skinny, frail thing. But he looks very happy.
Gorkar squints at the picture, tilts his head. Who that?
That Freddy.
Who Freddy?
Freddy Merc husband.
Gorkar's eyes go very wide. Merc? Mary? That Freddy?
Merc nods and goes, yes. Freddy see Merc beauty for what Merc beauty is. Merc appreciate that. Merc love Freddy.
We should all be so lucky.
God damn it. Gorkar blinks a couple times and says,
What, to have
Gorkar
a warrior
never...
woman like Merc?
Yes. Yeah, Gorkar blinks a few times and just kind of shakes his head and said, Gorkar never been in love.
Merc shrugs and says, Merc had never think Merc be in love, but it happened.
And what happened to Freddy?
Merc's mood visibly goes downhill as she you can see she gets like a look of sadness in her eyes as she looks back towards the fire and watches it for a few seconds silently and says, Merc world gone, Freddy gone.
Gorkar kind of hangs his head, says, Gorkar not sure if Gorkar's world is still there or not.
Merc looks up and says,
Probably never return.
oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
But
pause
Gorkar
was-
probably never return.
Merc nods. Yes. Merc taken from Freddy too soon. Their way to tell. You know God of your world?
Gorkar, yes, of course Gorkar know God that sent him here.
No, not Gorkar God. God of world. Two different things, Gorkar.
Gorkar shakes his head, says, Gorkar not know.
Maybe your God, God of your world.
Gorkar's God is great God.
Merc beams at Gorkar and says, of course Gorkar God great. Come, Merc show Gorkar. Beautiful garden. Find Gorkar God statue.
Gorkar nods eagerly. Gorkar is ready.
And you and Merc get up and leave the Warriors Guild. Arvis watches you leave. Merc doesn't see, or Merc, Meatless doesn't seem to pay any attention to you as you walk out. And she brings you over to, I'm just gonna move you and her. She brings you up to the entrance where you see two finely dressed paladins at the gate. And they don't make any move to stop you. Merc nods at them, and they nod at her as you walk through. And you find yourself, and I gotta change the Sirenscape to a doot. I am just jumping around today. Temple of the Gods outside, as you find yourself in the fat raindrops of this dead. It looks like a dead forested garden area, and much the exact same description that we gave to Rob when he got here.
Gorkar is like looking at the paladins up and down as he enters and looks over at Merc and says,
Those guys look like Gorkar friend. Well, Gorkar, I guess he's Gorkar friend. He's a little racist at first, but he's cool now.
Merc shrugs. Humans different depending on where they are in city. Humans here are okay.
Gorkar's looking around at all the dead trees. He goes,
What happened here?
Merc shrugs. No idea. In city though, so probably just things not grow in city well.
Gorkar nods and he's looking around like a fucking child. Just, whoa.
And she leads you through the same fog bank that Rob was led through earlier into the garden, which for you, again, same thing. There's birds, like you could see birds flying around, flitting through from tree to tree. This is an absolutely beautiful place, the likes of which you've probably never seen in your life.
The childlike curiosity intensifies. Gorkar's eyes are just giant.
something that I forgot to mention last time to Rob is that this garden and the statues in it stretch endlessly into the distance. There seems to be no end to it.
Wow. I have a description already of this place in my diary entry that's like nearly a page long.
Oh no.
So I'll add that in there somewhere.
So, Merc and Gorkar are going to spend time, just roll a d20 to see how much luck you have.
$13.
A 13. Let me roll a d20, and if I roll above it, then you don't find it. Merc and Gorkar, you walk around the garden for a long time, but looking at the stat, you cover like about an hour or two of just walking and looking from statue to statue. Some of them are marble, some of them are gold. You're not quite sure the difference. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to the placement. There's not like a pattern. It's just some of them are marble and some of them are gold. But you unfortunately, you cover a lot of ground and you do not find your god statue in the garden. Merc just shakes her head after a while and is like, Gorkar, not worry. We find eventually sometime. It here. All gods here. Somewhere.
Gorkar nods his head and says, Gorkar not very good at looking for things. Maybe bring one of his friends.
Oh, Merc no. Gorkar friend Paladin. Maybe Paladin friend ask Temple for help. They know where all statues are. How Merc not think of that before?
Merc genius!
Merc just nods at Gorkar. Merc no. So Merc and Gorkar spend the next hour walking back towards the exit of the garden. I assume that you and her spent a good hour or two combing the place and making nary a dent in what is here.
That is correct.
And eventually, you find yourselves walking out of the garden and into the outer grounds of the temple. Rob, you spent the last few hours talking with Brickhoff and having tea. You told him all about your world and your god, and eventually he was called by an acolyte who like entered his office, and he was like, oh, if you could excuse me, I have other business to attend to, but I really hope to speak to you again sometime. Maybe when you come back to see Lothier about your training.
Agreed. I had a lovely afternoon. Please do take care of.
He nods. Very well. Take care of yourself, Rob. And you exit the temple. There we go. Now we're here at the soundtrack. And as Merc and Gorkar are walking out of the fog, Rob is exiting the cathedral. Rob, you look across and see Merc and Gorkar kind of walking out of the garden area.
When
Gorkar.
Gorkar sees Rob, even if they're not in earshot, he like points, and you can see his mouth moving, and then he turns around and he's like talking to Merc, and he starts rushing forward. He goes, "Rob, just the human we were talking about."
Rob also waves some mostly excited. Gorkar! How are you, friend?
Gorkar is looking for his god with Merc. How is Rob?
I wish I could say better, but I've learned some not so great news from being here. I have new things I'd like to add to my mission.
Gorkar understands that. Listen, Gorkar need Rob's help.
What can I do for you?
You member of Paladin Order, right?
Yeah, I suppose we could say that.
Maybe you could get Paladins to help Gorkar and Merc find his god. They're
Merc kind of-
supposed to know where all of them are.
Merc clears her throat and goes, actually, Gorkar, Merc have other business to take care of. Already putting it off a long time for Gorkar. But Merc must go. But now you have friend. Merc confident that Gorkar find what he looking for. And she gives you like a proud clap with her hand on your shoulder and says, strength to Gorkar. Merc will see you later.
Gorkar waves at her, beaming like,
Okay, Merc, have a good day. Can't wait to fight again soon.
She nods and says, bring Paladin with you next time. Then Gorkar maybe have chance. And she laughs as she's walking away.
Oh.
Fucking shade.
I mean,
Wow.
you know, she sees a kobold and she has her biases.
The kobold that still almost shanked her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gorkar, I suppose we can go ask the head of this place. Oh, he left. Sorry. I'm in deep thought. Maybe we can go find Levere. He helped me find my statue. Suppose you can find yours as well. And I would like to see you find your god, or your light, as you know I call it.
Gorkar appreciate the help and like this plan. Let's go.
Don't mind me, I'm just taking a 4 Twizzy.
hey, I was watching for that. Then I got it in the middle of RP. Thanks for the
Yeah.
reminder.
He's having a schmoot.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I had a minor disturbance. Someone was knocking on my door.
A schmoke and a pancake.
A cigar and a waffle.
A bog and a blintz?
Then there is no pleasing you.
A cigarette and a pancake?
Drug reference.
Drug
I
reference
think it's
here.
an Austin Powers reference.
It is an Austin
Yeah.
Powers reference. It's actually dating how old we are, on
Austin
average in
Powers
this group.
3.
It's dating how old we are, that's for sure. So yeah.
Is it? I've seen
Um,
Casablanca. That movie's older than I am.
I've also seen Casablanca.
If my dad's in the chat, you're gonna get him started on Casablanca.
Does he hate it or love it? 'Cause I love
loves
that
it.
movie.
He loves it.
The
So
movie's great.
you look around and Lofir is nowhere in sight, but you know that he had walked out of the temple sometime before you did.
Alright. I, assuming we can go toward the little village that is on the side of the chapel, and have myself a look deep.
Right. I mean, it's
Tell me,
a
Gorkar.
cluster. It's a cluster of homes and such. You can see various symbols of gods, and as you walk into the town, I know that I have the town area or the homes area represented with this number of buildings, but as you walk in, just like the garden that was on the other side, it stretches impossibly. Like, you're pretty sure that you're in the human quarter. You are eventually, with the amount of walking you do, you're like, there's no way I'm not in the human quarter right now. But you still are within the walls of the Chapel of the Gods. This whole area does not apply to real physics and space physics very well.
It seems like in
seems,
general, Valderheim doesn't really adhere to logic about space and
Mhm.
and
And the fact
physicality.
that I have an intelligence of 9, Rob pays no mind.
What's your wisdom?
Higher than that, that's for sure.
Because
Not much,
intelligence is
11.
intelligence is how good are you at book learning. Wisdom
Good.
is how good are you at noticing things.
It's an 11.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, you have
I'm an average
you
guy.
you have just a bit more, a bit higher than average. You're still about on the average spectrum, but you're just. So anyway,
But-
you guys are walking in through this district, and you get the impression that this place is much bigger than you anticipated walking into it. You see every building is it seems like is another holy person's like private residence. You see various symbols of gods and things hanging out. Some of the homes have like more naturey stuff like strings of garlic and flowers and other plants and reeds and such. Some of them have like stacks of stones. Some of them have little sand gardens with the lines drawn in them around the rocks. There's no rhyme or reason. It just seems like every possible religion is represented here, in this like district of homes. And it's also kind of jarring how like someone's home that's very dedicated to a god of the light is just sitting right next to an altar that's covered in blood and bones with the house next door.
Rob thinks to himself that he wishes that on his world that orders could also live like this in peace.
Gorkar from World of Perpetual War. This amazing.
Indeed.
Go ahead and roll a d20 just for the chance that you stumble upon what you need to stumble upon, which is the chance always.
16.
16. I rolled a 19, so you are not able to find Lofir's residence as you walk around.
Oh, I see in the chat the Casablanca has already started.
It has. So yes, you do not find Lofir's abode
Here's looking at you, kids.
after about an hour or two of walking around.
Puzzled. I mean, assumingly, is there people walking around?
I mean, here and there, you see, like, there's someone sitting on their porch, or there's someone, like, in their yard tending to their stuff or their garden. There are people around here.
I'm just gonna kind of, like, stop to the nearest resident and such and be, excuse me.
Let me see. Rob would probably approach, like, a similarly Paladin of the Light-y individual. So,
Yeah.
you walk up to a person who is just wearing, like, simple robes, but they have, like, a mantle around their, that's like, you know, upon their shoulders that is gleaming in silver and has various, like, very holy-looking symbols, and kind of faintly gleams with an aura of gold. And you're like, ah, yes, that individual looks sufficiently like, yes. And they look up to you and they say, oh, how can I help you?
Excuse me. I'm looking for the residence of Lorvier, the Paladin trainer.
Lofir, I'm sorry, I DM rolled a 2 on the dice. I'm sorry, there's a lot of people that live in here, and I do not know a Lofir. Perhaps you should check in with the temple. Or the cathedral.
I haven't tried that yet. Thank you. I will go there. And
She smiles.
Could you point me to the cathedral? Or is that like the big chapel?
She points, and you turn and you look, and you can kind of see, like, in the stretch of buildings behind, the chapel itself is very plainly in view, over the tops of the buildings.
Okay, so they're both.
You get the impression that you
yeah.
can kind of see it as a landmark no matter where you are if you're looking for it.
Okay, so we'll head toward that.
Alrighty, so the lot of you head back towards the chapel, and you walk inside, and you find yourself back inside. I need to get the temple inside, temple of the god. There we go, chapel of the gods, the interior. So you walk in, and you look around, and you see that there is, you know, a number of monks and priests and such around.
I will approach the nearest monk.
All right.
Excuse me.
It's
Gentleman of the club.
it's a short grung fellow. He's green and has very simple brown robes on. That the hood sits just behind his eyes. So like his eyes are, you know, poking out the front of this hood, and he just turns to you. His hands are kind of clasped in like a serene kind of meditative hold in front of him across his chest, where the thumb and the forefingers are extended out. His thumb's resting against his chest and his forefingers pointed out, the tips touching. And this grung looks up at you and says, "How can I help you, my child?" Rogue?
Well, you see here, I'm looking for my friend's statue. He has been having trouble finding his god.
Looks
Perhaps
over
you can point
at
me-
the bugbear and says, "And which god are you looking for?"
Gorkar's god is called Caleb Brightaxe.
The
Is
grung
dwarf.
nods and says, "That information may take a few days at worst, but I will pass along to the records. Is there anything else?"
Gorkar kind of looks over at Rob and shrugs.
Not for Gorkar.
No, that'll be all.
Very well. By the way, my name is Eegit. E-E-G-E-T. Oh, I'm sorry, E-E-G-I-T.
Yeah.
E-E-G-I-T. Yes.
Since we're on the subject of spelling, could you spell the dwarf's name for me?
Sure. V-R-I-K-H-O-V.
Thank you.
Vrkov.
For some reason, I always would say Vrikov in my head. He sounds Russian to me. I don't know.
Vrkov.
Does kind of sound Russian, doesn't it?
Vrkov.
But now that I know that Vrikov is actually the rootinest, tootinest cowboy in this campaign,
Oh, yes. My name's Vrkov. Nice to meet you. Howdy there, partner. The name's Vrkov. Fancy seeing you in these here parts. What can I do you
Oh.
for?
I've been,
Missed
pla-
opportunity.
been-
I'd accept that as for 70 cents.
I've been playing Red Dead Redemption for the past couple days, and so now the streams are crossing.
Oh, no! So, as you all are walking towards the exit, Vrkov actually walks out from the side, like a side room, and sees you all and says, I guess I will kind of try to do his voice. Oh, hey there, excuse me, could I get a moment of your time?
Of course. How can I help you?
Listen, I got this here, and he holds up a small, stone kind of, trinket. You can't really tell what it is. It's very worn. You can tell that at one point it must have been like a small figure or something, but all of the detail is worn down to the point that you really can't make heads or tails of anything of it. And he kind of goes, well, I know it ain't much, but she might recognize it if she sees it. I was hoping you might be able to take this down on over to the Grove for me. I'm too busy to get out of here. Now actually, I can't leave the cathedral. I'm tied to this place, see. But if you can leave, would you be able to take this on down to the Grove?
Say no more. I'll make it my personal mission that I see it there.
He nods with a smile and says, all right now, she calls herself the Lady of the Grove now. You be respectful, you hear?
I will.
She's an old friend of mine.
But first, we just have to go see my friend's god statue.
He nods and he says, oh, well, if you put in a request, we could find that out for you, but that might take a few days.
Okay. Then I guess in the meantime...
You already did that with Eget.
I wasn't going to say it to him because Rob felt like it would be, like, disrespectful to correct him. So, would Gorkar like to accompany me to the Grove?
Gorkar can come. Gorkar not have anything better to do.
Excellent. I see it as a better time to get to know you better.
Ah, well then. Let's go.
And off we go.
I am getting models out. Cool.
What kind of things would Rob be asking Gorkar?
Well, since Rob would feel that he really got off on a bad foot with you and Jabbers, I'm going to say he would start with even like the most simple things, like where were you from, and like what was your world like, and like what was your favorite things about your world.
Gorkar's world was pretty savage. Constant fighting. Always fighting.
As you two are like walking through the city.
Gorkar's favorite moments were the small moments of peace when Gorkar could spend them with his friends.
Rob nods in agreement. He also enjoyed this. So, what was your parents like? How was growing up? Rob's very curious on if life, like, for other races are also like the humans.
Gorkar spent all time in training since he could start. Gorkar, part of military tribe.
Rob ponders. It's very similar to the way I've kind of grown up. From my birth, I was placed into the Order of the Pure, where I was trained to be a holy knight, to serve the light and the innocent.
Say, Jabbers, would you like to be like kind of strolling out around the city at this point and kind of see Gorkar and Rob going by?
That sounds pretty good. I think we'll do that.
Cool beans. You're kind of walking around and you see Gorkar and Rob walk by this intersection right here. I'll ping it so you can see it. They like walk by right here. They're going to the north.
Oh. Hi! Jabbers over here.
Hello, Jabbers.
Hi. Where are we going?
Gorkar was waving.
We're on an errand for the head of the Chapel of the Gods. We're to bring this stone to the Grove.
Make money for it?
Paladins don't work that way, Jabbers. But perhaps you can find a way to make some currency along the way.
Maybe. Jabbers not really understand why Paladins not want money, but that's okay.
One other thing, though, he warned us to be respectful of the Lady of the Grove. I assume they're probably ones of the magic sort, so I'm gonna heed his word.
Okay. Jabbers, most respectful lizard.
Excellent. To the Grove.
To the groove.
All right, so the lot of you head to the Grove. Where is my... Hey, come on. There we go. Sirenscape. I actually have the Grove button. So, you all are walking through the city, and you ask a few people about the Grove, and they just kind of point vaguely off in this direction. And you almost missed it as you're walking down the street until you look to the left suddenly, and you see down over here there's like a faint fog bank, and you can hear the faint sound of bird call from beyond it. And so you curiously walk in. I pinged just in case y'all... No, I'm kidding. I didn't ping on purpose. You all walk in...
Almost missed it. It's a
through-
fog pond.
You all walk in through the fog, and you find yourselves in a nice, sunny place. Boom. A nice...
Stranger and stranger.
A nice sunny grove. It's very peaceful. You can hear birds every once in a while, and there is the faint sound of music, which I don't have any music, but just in your heart of hearts, pretend that you could hear the faint sound of like a ukulele type instrument strumming away, and a very beautiful voice singing. And you follow the sound of the singing, and you find yourself in a small clearing. At the very center of the clearing is the tallest tree that you've ever seen. It stretches impossibly high into the sky. And at the base of this tree sits what looks like a very young girl. Rob, you recognize her. She is the spitting image of the gnome girl that was in the picture on Vrikov's desk. And she's just sitting there. There's an owl. The owl that you saw in the picture is like at her feet. Like it has looked over in your all's direction and is watching you approach. The instrument and the singing is a snow white mouse folk that is kind of standing off to the side in the grove with their back to you, and they're strumming the instrument and they're singing, and you don't understand the words, but the mood of the music is very joyous and full of wonder. And the owl hoots as you all enter the clearing, and the gnome girl looks up. And the mouse folk, without missing a beat, turns to face you all and keeps playing. But he does stop singing as he watches you all enter the grove.
I am Rob the Pure. I was sent here seeking the Lady of the Grove by, I'm going to just call him Virkov, right?
Yep, Vrikov.
Virkov.
Vrikhov. Vrikov. I know it's a tough one.
And
she nods.
Rob Neal.
The owl also flits from the ground at her feet, takes to the air, and it settles in a tree just overhead of you, and it keeps watching you all and kind of just settles into itself comfortably. The way owls kind of fluff themselves and kind of shrink a bit into their body as they like settle in. And she stands up and dusts herself off while you're explaining what you were saying.
Oh, also, where are my manners? These are my friends, Gorkar and Jabbers.
Hiya. Nice tree
Again,
trims.
waving from Gorkar.
She gives you all a polite smile and says, "Welcome in to my grove. You said that some business brought you here."
Oh, right. And Rob reaches into his pocket and pulls out the stone that he was given. I was here to deliver this to you.
She reaches out and takes it gently and looks at it. And she says, "Well, what is this?"
I'm sorry, I didn't ask any further questions other than accepting the request.
And who did you say gave this to you? You see her looking at it curiously, like she's trying to figure something out.
I'm still gonna butcher it. Virkov?
Yeah, Vrikov.
Virkov?
She looks at you and blinks. The owl softly hoots once or twice behind you, and she's like thinking, and then she shakes her head and goes, "I'm sorry. I don't remember that name, but I'm sure eventually I can figure this out. Thank you. I do feel like I recognize this from somewhere." All right, that
Pardon.
fly has got to go. Where are you? I don't know where that. Okay, I don't know where the fly is coming from in the sound sets, so it's just gonna have to stay. Oh my god, I hate it.
Pardon my manners, but do you tend to forget things often?
No, I have just been around for a very, very long time.
I see. I saw you in the painting at the Chapel of the Gods.
Oh, also, Rob, I would like you to roll another d20.
Solid 10.
Solid 10? Alright, yeah. Nothing extra. Just, you tell her that you saw her in a picture. She just smiles and says, "Oh, well." And that's all she says.
Rod ponders a moment because he is stunted on how to continue talking to this woman.
I'm sorry, I have forgotten many things from the years past. I'm sure that meditating upon this, it will come to me eventually. And she smiles at you all again. The mouse folk steps forward at this point. His song kind of his tune ended, and he extends a hand out towards you, Rob, and says, "How do you do? Name's Turpin."
Nice to meet you. The name's Rob the Pure, as I said.
Turpin is only about as tall as Jabbers, so he's like holding his hand really. And the reason why his instrument sounds like a ukulele, it looks like a guitar in his hands, but to you it would be a tiny ukulele.
As Rob shakes his hand, he also like kneels down to get like eye to eye with him. Also, can I get the spelling of his name?
Yeah, Turpin. Turpin.
Like turpentine.
Turpin, yep. They smile and they go, well, I like to spend a lot of my time in here with the lady, but I am usually found within the city. I am the bard trainer, though it would seem that none has been brought into the city as of yet. So I am free to play my music here. And he smiles at the Lady of the Grove, who smiles back to him and says, "And I appreciate your company, Turpin."
What can you tell me of this place, Turpin?
Oh, this place? I can't tell you much. She's the one to ask.
Well, since I'm here, He just looks up at the lady, or looks over to her.
She smiles and says, "Perhaps for another time."
I see. Okay. Well, it's nice meeting you, Turpin. And you as well, my lady.
She
Have
nods.
you tried having a good snack? Shiny One sometimes forgets things lots, cause he old too, before he died. But sometimes have a snack, and Shiny One would remember.
She looks at you, Jabbers, and says, "Would you like a snack?"
Jabbers does like snacks, but Jabbers okay. We just had tea with funny haunted man.
She holds her hand up and opens it, and in her palm are a few very delicious little round red berries.
Oh, well, Jabbers don't mind if Jabbers do.
She plucks one out of her hand and holds it out to you, kind of gingerly.
Jabbers will
And
take it.
she's maybe only a foot taller than Jabbers, because she's a gnome, so she's like 3 foot something.
Thanking very much.
When you plop it in your mouth, it is very juicy and delicious, but it's when you swallow it, any hunger that you had you feel completely satisfied, as if you just ate the most filling, without hurting your belly, meal you've ever eaten.
Wow.
It's a good berry.
Fascinating.
That's a really good berry.
And she just she giggles and says, "Yes, that is what I named it."
There was
Okay.
there was a redeem in the chat.
Can you oh, I must have missed it. Hey,
Critical?
anyone with religion, go ahead and roll a religion check.
You got
Critical. Okay, so if we Bent, that's for when we're doing combat. So the next time, like the very first roll of combat, whether it's a player or an enemy, is automatically a critical strike. Whenever combat. So all better roll good on initiative, because the first strike of the next combat is automatically a critical. But you have to roll all the dice. You don't get the auto max. You have to roll all the dice.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, thanks for making it interesting.
Wait, I'd hold off on that, thanks.
We always
Oh.
roll terribly for initiative, so that's going to be interesting.
Oh man. Is it gonna help or hinder the party? We don't know yet. So yes, she holds her hand up and offers a berry to Rob and to Gorkar. Turpin kind of is bouncing excitedly, and she she kind of giggles and hands one over to Turpin, and you see him take it and like eat it like a mouse does. Oh, these are my favorite.
Gorkar very, very careful with his great big bugbear hands. You see just his 2 nails pick up the good berry, and he kind of like is turning it over and looking at it like with his head cocked to the side, and then just plops it in his mouth, chews it up, and when he swallows, you see his eyes just go really wide and go, Gorkar liked that.
Rob, watching the others, takes one and also eats one. This is amazing and delicious. What are these?
They're called good berries.
Good
They're very good berries.
Yes.
See,
They come from some magic that I devised once long ago. Oh, also, anyone with religion, what did you roll for that religion check?
14.
Jabbers
Anybody-
has none.
Gorkar or Frankie, neither of you have religion?
I'm not there.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not there. Oh Jesus! For some reason, okay. Yes. So, Rob, no particular information from that, unfortunately.
Hey, 0 for 2.
Just didn't learn these particular ins and outs of what happens. So
I have a
yes.
-1. I could roll it, but I don't have like proficiency in it or anything.
Nah, yeah, this is for proficiency, folks.
No.
I'll sometimes ask for like anyone with proficiency roll
Oh,
for anyone present.
my bad. I messed up. I shouldn't have even rolled one. I technically don't have proficiency.
Well, you're a
Paladin.
so you get
Yeah.
the anyone with proficiency, or like since it's a religion, just Rob may have heard something even without proficiency. But we're gonna have to talk about that lack of religion proficiency. Rickov's gonna be like, I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in you now, son. I learned that you ain't got religion proficiency.
I took medicine in like I'm gonna help people,
You don't have to go to seminary to be a knight.
and I think I took persuasion because high charisma.
Yeah, no, I get you. So yes, the three of you get good berries. Your bellies are full for the rest of the day. You do not need to eat for the rest of the day. You are satisfied and full. And
Cool.
yep, she
Can I get-
she smiles to you all and says, "If there was nothing else, I think I'm going to go back to my music." And she looks over at Turpin and she says, remember the one that I taught you? And he just goes, "Oh, of course!" And he starts playing like a slower piece with no words.
Hmm.
It's a
Rough
little bit
times.
haunting. Kind of like it kind of gives the feeling of remembering something lost, remembering something beloved that was lost.
Getting some ideas from her. Rob nods silently and humbly backs out. Turns to leave the grove.
Jabbers follows.
Yeah.
And
So
when
the-
they get outside the grove, Gorkar looks around and says, "Anyone else think that lady kind of sad?"
I was also thinking that. It seems to be affecting her greatly.
Jabbers understand.
Hmm.
Jabbers be sad if he can't remember thing too.
Perhaps it's time we get the party together. Does anybody know where Frankie is?
Nope.
Gorkar shrugs and shakes his head. Maybe we just meet back at Broken Fiddler.
I think that's a good idea. And besides, we can have ourselves a drink.
Gorkar need a drink after talking with Sad Pretty Gnome.
Agreed. Come, we'll talk. We'll drink. We'll bond.
Sound good to Jabbers.
Off to the Broken Fiddler we go.
All right, let
guess.
me do some cleaning up of NPCs around the board, since we're going to be leaving the this particular view, so that we don't have like a ton of NPCs just sitting around on the map. Bonk. Okay. So since everyone's a different size, I should be able to do this pretty easily. So there's you. There's you. There's you. Boom, boom, boom. There's Frankie. Cool. So I'll stick you guys right outside the door, and
Was I going here?
I mean, this is where you're eventually gonna end up after like 4 or 5 hours of time, I would assume.
Okay.
What else was Frankie doing in the meanwhile? By the way, that is
Well,
true.
I was told to go to the chapel, but I had some specific plans about what I was going to do, actually.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So let's go to Frankie, who is let's suss out what Frankie does right now then. I'm sorry I forgot, but thank you for reminding me. Remember the DM has ADHD.
It's all good. Frankie is actually going to go to the shopping district.
All right, Frankie, you go to the shopping district. What are you looking for?
Frankie is looking for provisions, specifically any like a solid cut of some kind of meat, as well as some vegetables and such. Just like basic stuff you would use in a kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff is pretty easy to find around in here. You very easily track it down.
All right, how much would it be to gather enough to make like say a big pot of stew?
A pot of stew with just veggies and some meats. I would say you could spend like two Veldbucks and 50 Velders, and that's like, you know, basically $2.50, and you have like all the stuff. Remembering that Veldbucks are effectively equivalent to a gold piece.
All right, yeah, Frankie's gonna pick all that stuff up, and I'm sorry, when we had our stuff, it's only our combat stuff, so like we don't have packs or anything, do we?
You've got like your backpack still.
Okay,
I
cool.
think
So
I
he'll
left
just-
you your backpack. It should still be there. It should be listed as a
Yeah,
place to put
it's
stuff.
there. It's
Yep.
there. You're right. So yeah, he's gonna toss all that stuff in his pack, and then I'm assuming that's gonna take a bit of time as he selects produce and stuff, and then he'll go to the broken fiddler.
Yep. Sounds good.
Oh, we got another redeem.
Uh-oh.
Inflict status.
Oh, boy.
Random.
All right.
Why does everybody want to hurt us?
Let's see who's getting hit by this. Jabbers.
Oh, wonderful.
Your ears ring, and then you can't hear anything at all. You go completely deaf.
Lovely.
Wait. I need to read something. I may actually be able to fix this. Well, actually, first. we should probably
It's
take
only for
part.
the next 5 in-game minutes.
Oh.
So yeah, Jabbers, you just go completely deaf. And for the next 5 minutes, you can't hear sh.
Never mind.
Bears think all of you are awfully quiet. Jabbers doesn't know that he's yelling because he's deaf.
Looking down at Jabbers. Why are you yelling?
Jabbers sees Rob's mouth moving, but he's not saying anything.
Where your
Oh.
noise?
Rob like points to his mouth, like, and makes like an X with his fingers, and points to his ears, trying to communicate to
magic?
Jabbers.
Jabbers, roll an insight check.
Okay.
Can you not hear us?
That's a nat 1 for a 2.
You have no idea why he. You have no idea why he's pointing at his ears.
You do magic?
Rob like does a forehead slap and ponders, comedically ponders for a moment, and goes and does like a eureka, and pulls out. Oh wait,
Don't
I
you
got.
try charm Jabbers. Jabbers don't like that.
Oh no.
I don't even know if I actually have anything to write with in my backpack. I don't.
You don't. And Rob is like, I got it, and pulls out his backpack and goes through it and goes, oh wait, I don't have any of my old shit.
Hmm.
Jabbers is just watching him like, what the fuck?
Do you have anything to write with? Paper?
Gorkar kind of shrugs, says, Gorkar not really right.
Hmm.
Gorkar not
Maybe we'll just take him back to the tavern and we'll figure it out there. And he just waves to Jabbers to follow.
Gorkar kind of just points at Jabbers, having sussed out that he can't hear him, and then points at his shoulders, and then holds his hands up like, yeah, no?
What you do, funny dance?
Jabbers, roll another insight.
12.
12. Big Bugbear wants you to get on his shoulders for some reason.
Oh. Okay. Going for a ride?
Yep, Gorkar just scoops him up, puts him on his shoulders.
Oh god.
So high!
Gorkar looks over at Rob and says,
If Lizard can't see us talking, Lizard doesn't know he can't hear us.
You sure don't.
Oh. So you all
Maybe-
make your way back to the tavern while you're talking here. What's up, Rob?
No, I'm good.
and then we fade back to Frankie, question mark.
Then we fade back to Frankie.
I'm gonna say at some point after finishing the shopping, I'm assuming it didn't take the amount of time that everyone else was gone. Frankie went back to the Broken Fiddler and was like, hey, Zolnar, can I use your kitchen?
I mean, you know your way around the kitchen, don't you?
I was a tavern cook. Yes.
Roll a persuasion.
Fucking 10.
He kind of arches an eyebrow and goes, well, supervised first.
Fine by me.
He nods.
And in the time, you know, before everyone gets back, Frankie is going to go into the
By-
kitchen and prepare
By the
some
way,
stew.
joking son, mysterious stranger is during combat only. So you would wait for that one until there's a combat going on.
So the next combat is going to have two things immediately pop off.
Mysterious stranger auto crits.
I'm starting to worry about the chance of Rob's survival.
So yes,
So,
you are in the Broken Fiddler. I have the Broken Fiddler here. Let's get the proper lighting of indoors. Let's get the proper background without the fog. Wait, there we go. Let's get the Sirenscape sound to be inside a tavern. There we go. So, Frankie, you are inside. Do I have Zolnar ready to go? Yes, I do. So Zolnar is in there with you. The rest of y'all, you are in the bottom left of the map. You can have yourselves enter, as this is when you get to the Broken Fiddler. As Zolnar and Frankie are in the back, not that you know that, currently working on whatever Frankie's working on.
Frankie's just trying to make a simple, like, beef stew.
Do you have proficiency in cooking utensils?
I do.
Cool, roll it.
How does that work exactly? Is there an ability score that I add to that roll, or is it just a d20 plus my proficiency?
It could be either intelligence plus proficiency, because you learned from, like, a book, or it could be, like, I would give it wisdom plus proficiency, because it's, like, what you learned by doing, so to
We'll do
speak.
Wisdom. So... 9, 1, plus proficiency bonus.
Inspire.
Inspire.
Inspire Frankie.
So, Frankie, you've been inspired. So, let me see. Where is the inspire? There we go.
Is this a chat thing?
So, you have advantage to one roll of your choice for the rest of the session.
Oh, I'm gonna do advantage on that cooking roll then.
Yep, and this is how players get advantage on rolls. Because usually we do a you got here on time advantage in my games. Here, you only get advantage if a player has bestowed an advantage inspiration upon you.
So do you want me to roll again at advantage, or just roll again?
Oh, just roll once roll once more because you already rolled once.
That's a 4, so we're gonna stick with the first roll.
Mm.
So that was a 9 plus 1 from my wisdom plus 2 from proficiency bonus, so 12.
12. A 12 is still 10 is like an average cook. A 12 is like you could be forgiven for not knowing your way around someone else's kitchen. And so you do a pretty good job. Like, it's obvious you know what you're doing at least.
Yeah, he's worked in the same kitchen his entire life, and also using like the same ingredients from the same places his entire life, so all this stuff is slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
It's not my best work, but this is gonna take some getting used to, but it's good to practice. Thanks, Solvar.
Yeah, of course. Hey, listen. I figured you might not know what you were doing, so I wanted to keep an eye, but, you can use my kitchen anytime you like.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'll be sure to clean up after myself.
Appreciate
And
it.
if you like...
You hear the sound of the door and, like, the jingle of the bell, and, like, Rob and Jabbers and Gorkar's voices coming from the front of the establishment.
Oh,
I sat myself down, I think, already.
Yep, but it is at this moment that you all canonically walk into the establishment. So Jabbers and Gorkar, please put yourself anywhere inside that you would like to be.
Jabbers is wherever Gorkar is because he's riding on Gorkar's shoulders.
Oh, sit at the bar.
I'll move Gorkar over to the bar.
Frankie comes out with the pot and some bowls and lays a bowl out in front of everybody. Perfect timing, Trent.
Gorkar sets Jabbers on the tallest stool.
Perfect timing, gents. Soup's on.
Why are you so quiet? Why everybody still so quiet?
Isn't about this time, Jabbers, that there's a sharp ringing in your ears and kind of the roar of the... Like, it sounds painfully loud for just a moment before you realize that it's just you hearing everything normally again, finally.
Jabbers raises his hands up to it, covers his ears like, ow! What?
Everyone still thinks Jabbers is deaf, so they don't mind him. Zolnar pokes his head out from the back and goes, "What's all the shouting? Jabbers, what's going on?"
Everything real quiet, then everything real hurt.
He blinks at you. Sure. Do you all need anything?
I'm getting them served up. Whatever's left over, you can serve to your customers if you want, Zolnar.
Oh, thank you. Drinks, gents?
Of course. I could use a good rest. I'm still pretty beaten up after that last combat. And I've been walking around all day.
Oh, very well then. And you are all instantly ripped from where you are into the waiting room.
Jabbers is just caught mid-reaching for this bowl.
You look, and the tavern dissolves around you, and you feel yourselves being jerked through space. And you find yourselves in the waiting room with the wash bowl, and the fire, and the weights, and the bench, and Mr. Hank, the Minotaur with the suit and the glasses, walks in and goes, "Looks like it's time for you guys to fight again. Hope you're ready."
My stew!
Uh-oh!
We didn't even get to rest.
I worked hard on that.
It'll be gone by the time you get back.
Unfortunately,
right
I have
now,
no lay
since
of hands.
since they are in the waiting room, it means that they get to have a short rest effectively, but also I get to make a combat right now for them of a medium strength. So let me do that right now, and stream can
Thank
kind
you,
of see
game.
it.
All right, now I'm at full. We're good.
Okay. Woo!
Get my sorcery points back.
This should be fun.
And before we even go into combat, I'm going to burn one of those to get all my spell slots back. Oh, I get favored by the gods back too. That's awesome. That's a short rest ability. That's fucking busted.
Ignore
Nice.
this roll.
Gorkar is back up to full hit points.
Save.
Weird.
I'm excited.
For some
Weird?
reason, yeah, Harpy isn't picking up my rolls now. I'll just refresh, see that that does it.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, it's not perfect, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep, so the way that
that
this works, chat, is I get to put the combat together right now while they roleplay a bit, knowing that combat is coming.
well, I suppose it's for the best. That stew wasn't my best work. I'm not used to working in Zoldar's kitchen or with the weird ingredients they have here, but it's poor artist that brains his tools.
I'm still very appreciative of the offer, Frankie. I'm sure it was delicious.
Thanks. And stew is, it's kind of hard to screw up. My real test I've been trying to perfect is a nice shepherd's pie. Hopefully I can find the ingredients for that here.
As Gorkar is rifling through his weapons, he looks over his shoulder and goes,
Gorkar never hear of shepherd's pie. Why would Gorkar eat a shepherd?
What a shepherd.
To answer your questions in order, a shepherd's pie it's more of the pie isn't made of shepherds, more that shepherds make it. And a shepherd is a person who looks after sheep.
Oh! Shepherds eat those.
Yes, quite.
I also eat sheep.
Yeah, sheep are pretty much universally delicious.
Somehow I
Alright.
think a good cut of lamb
Yo.
chops is going to be hard to find here.
Y'all can roll your initiative rolls now, as Mr. Vorst, the hobgoblin wearing the glasses and the suit, enters the room and says, "It's time."
Oh, I rolled a 20 for initiative.
Rolled a fucking 4.
That crit's all mine.
Looks like Rob has a guaranteed crit.
Someone's
So-
getting smited to the face.
Yeah. Oh, right. I need to transfer this over to my laptop because I forgot that, no, I'm not doing this on my computer. So let me actually refresh my laptop over here and get that open. Mr. Vorst is leading you through the hallways and out into the arena. Let me see
"Watch
let me s-
the thing we're fighting has a high enough initiative bonus that it can get a higher initiative than Rob's natural 20."
Let's say that.
All right, so Rob got a 20.
That would be our luck.
Jabber's got a 14. Francis got a 4.
But not only
Gorkar
would that
got a
happen,
3.
not only would they grow higher than me, but they'd smack me first.
Oops. 9 and that. Alrighty. So, let's get this off of my screen. Let's throw you guys into the arena. Bam.
We.
I'm gonna pull Zol. I'm just gonna. Oh, god damn it. Oh man. I'm just gonna put Zolnar. The bottom left will be where we park things that we're not using at the moment. Whoopsie. The sound needs to be arena battle time. There we go. Now I'm gonna put you all where you go. So actually, here I'm gonna give you a box that you can place yourselves in, and the box is blue.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be inside this box.
Okie dokie. Good.
Back to back with jabbers. I'm good with this.
Oh yeah, make sure that you stick yourselves, well, face yourself the right way, because you are facing the enemy, which is over. I would like to take this moment to thank the viewers for the kick in the teeth and your support. Thank you, Rob. We're about to have some fucking combat. The first attack of which is an automatic critical hit. I think. Let me look at the wording. If it's the first one that hits.
Yeah, probably hits.
The very next attack made which hits. Okay, so you actually have to hit.
Okay.
Oh god. Oh no.
I rolled terribly, but here we go.
All right, now hold on a minute, because I still have to I have to suss out what I'm putting here. So
Gorkar is going to be conveniently in front of the squishy.
This is the way.
I like the forward flanking paladin just ready to cut diagonally into their ranks and decimate them with a smite.
I'm hoping so. I was debating if I should. I wish I had more time. I would cast it bless just to reassure it.
Is that a
And
fucking goat? Looks like I am getting those lamb chops, boys.
Let's get him.
Gorkar just starts
The
fucking
goat of doom.
salivating.
all right. So there is well, let me see. Okay, there is a person, like a fey-looking individual wearing robes, who is behind this massive goat, who is just staring you all down and stomping the ground. And you hear the announcer go, "And it's time for the Lost to engage in another battle. Go!" And Rob, you're up first. Boom.
Rob,
Top of round
instantly.
one.
Rob immediately breaks out his shield and flail.
Which of these squares are you actually in, by the way, Rob?
Let's go. Keep clicking on the full screen. No. I'd be in the front because here.
So you're in this square.
Guy. Alright, so 20. Okay, I can reach him. So I'm gonna go 10, 20, 25. And I'm just gonna leap up and crack the goat across the face with my flail.
On big money, no whammies.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh no! Let's go!
Yeah, big money. Oh my god, I rolled a freaking natural 20 anyway!
Yes!
Double crit?
Oh man, no, it's not a double crit. It just means that he still gets his automatic max dice.
Oh, that was
That
awesome.
dice do not lie, children.
Alright, Rob, so roll to clear it, and then roll your damage.
Okay, so I roll this to clear it.
Yo, Noctoriously, welcome in.
And then roll one more time. Right.
Oh man, you're gonna like one-shot this thing.
Oh, and don't forget the 2d8 that's gonna come clapping down as well for my smite.
Yep, so you get 16 plus what you rolled, right?
Oh, with the double 8s!
Oh my god! Just shreds, you say?
Shreds, you say.
No, hold on, because
Oh
it's...
my God.
What was the 2d8 for? Were you smiting?
Yeah, I was smiting.
Okay, so it's fucking... It's 36 plus numbers.
10, 23, 33, 39. 39 points of damage.
Frankie,
Disgusting.
all of your hopes of getting any kind of meat from this thing are shattered as it just explodes in radiant kibble that just coats the entire interior of the arena in gore, in blood, and the crowd around just explodes in cheer.
I was gonna say, I'm assuming the crowd goes batshit.
Oh yeah, the crowd is like there's like a splash zone, like a Shamu splash zone around that's just blood and gore in the stands.
They've got ponchos on.
I just imagine this is just like the scene in Shrek where he just starts going crazy and Bad Reputations now just playing in the background.
Max
I don't
smite
give a damn
and
about my
crit.
bad reputation. Okay.
Whoever
That's enough time.
gifted us that smite, thank you, or that net crit, thank you so much.
Alright, Rob, anything else from you for the round?
Oh, I just raised my flail and shield cheer. I'm like, oh yeah! I'll be
Oh,
here till
yeah.
Thursday!
So, the other creature was a healer, but there's no healing that.
No.
They look at you, Rob, and you see their eyes go wide, and they are going to roll 5d8s.
Oh no.
What is your maximum hit point total?
20.
Alright. And what is the size of this?
About to get hurt,
5,
boys.
10, 15, 20. Okay, so it can only affect Rob. Rob, you fall asleep.
Oh, neat.
He casts sleep on you.
Darn.
Night time.
5, 10,
Like
15,
as-
20, and they move all the way to the back of the arena.
As Rob like goes to land after his clap, he just like hits the floor and rolls over and just like lies there after cheering.
And Jabbers, it's your turn.
Oh. They can move all as far as they want, but that's not going to stop Jabbers from pulling out his not longbow, his bow.
Also, since we got a critical strike with Rob, the next attack that actually just hits is an auto crit with all the dice rolled. So if Jabbers hits, you get to just roll your dice twice, basically.
And
Steamroll this fucking combat. Oh my god.
so, like I said,
Oh, Rob's weakness, a relaxing nap.
that's a 19 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll your dice twice.
Okay. Oh, whoops, I rolled short sword. My bad. Actually, it does the same damage, 1d6 plus 3. So
I'm sorry, Ben. I destroyed your goat.
I get the
Also-
1d6.
It was a critical. Oh, right, that's right. You don't get your sneak attack. Never mind.
Right. So it's 1d6 plus 3 for the first initial damage, and then just a d6.
Yep.
Okay. So
This critical has normal D&D rules. The grunting is part of the atmospheric soundtrack. Yes, Bent. I'm using Sirenscape. Let me have Nightbot tell you about it, since he hasn't said anything in a while.
okay, so that's 4 for the first. Now let me roll a d6 for
I pulled up
Crit
the wrong
damage.
damn thing. There we go.
So max damage for that. So 10 piercing.
Alright, 10 piercing. Let me see. Oh, I can't just tell it to go. Well, anyway. I don't have it
Jabber's
set up to
was
do
just,
it. The grunting is coming from the walls, yeah.
I thought we canonically decided the grunting was just Gorkar battle shouting.
It's literally just Gorkar, yes. I mean, you want to know something funny, is the soundscape that the grunting comes from is bugbear battle. So that is literally bugbear battle cries and grunts. So, like,
There we go.
you're not wrong. So, Jabbers, how much damage did you do?
Hold on. I gotta check that again.
Welcome to the Grunting Coliseum. Grrr!
That's 10 damage.
10 damage. Awesome. You do 10 damage to it, and it's like, ow.
And then Jabbers is just gonna move up here next to his buddy Gorkar.
Francis, it's your turn.
I made myself a sleeping icon.
That's the unconscious, but we'll use it for that right for now.
Frankie's gonna move here next to Gorkar, and he's gonna throw a firebolt at this person and just shout, "You made me miss my stew!" That's probably a miss. That's a 9.
That is a miss.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna use my Favored by the Gods real quick.
Ah.
9 plus 8, so 17? Is that right?
That's a
Yeah,
17, and that is a hit.
Okay. 2 fire damage.
It is bloodied.
And that's my turn.
Gorkar, you're up, my dude.
All right.
Right.
Finish him.
Thank you, Homestar. Oh, right. Gorkar?
That's 30 feet to put Gorkar in front of Rob. And can Gorkar use his action to shake Rob awake?
You can slap him, yes.
Okay. Gorkar looks down and says, "Sorry, buddy." And I guess roll an unarmed strike.
Nope, you just slap him, it's fine. You just go, pump! And Rob, you wake up on the ground.
What's going on?
Is that
Gorkar, sorry. That weird thing put you to sleep. Gorkar turns around to face it and then says, "That made Gorkar angry!" and rages.
Exactly, Sirenscape. Hey, look at that. Bent, right before your That's What I Said, Nightbot said ambience provided by Sirenscape. There you go. That link has the attribution for all the sound sets that I'm using on this stream.
Didn't someone redeem a mysterious stranger as well?
Nope, they were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
So is that your turn, Gorkar?
Yep.
Alright, Rob, you're up. You spend 15 feet of movement standing up.
Correct. I will move 5, 10, 15. And I'll pick out one of my javelins, and I'm gonna huck it clean at him.
Alright. What's the range on the javelin?
I think 60 feet. Let me check.
Okay, yeah, you can easily hit your range with that. Never mind.
It's 30, but 120. Like, I can throw it, but I think I have disadvantage.
No, he's 30 feet away from you.
Nope.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So just roll the hit.
15, right. Got my closest.
15 is a hit.
Alright, and... Boom. You'll take 4 points.
I'm getting rid of the boxes on the ground because we don't need them. Okay, so he takes 4 points of damage. Anything else?
Nope. That'll be all.
All right. It is going to do the one thing that it can do in this situation. Gorkar specifically, but Rob as well, make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, no problem.
Ooh.
Oh no! 9. Damn it. Go
15.
figure.
9 and
Bugbear more
15.
charming.
Gorkar, you feel as this magic attempts to suppress your rage and calm you, and it just makes you more pissed off. Rob, you are
Gorkar
under the
roars.
effect of calm emotions.
Okay.
You are
So what does that
charmed.
do for me?
Which means that you cannot make any hostile actions towards the spellcaster while you are charmed.
Barring some terrible rolls, I'm pretty sure this guy's going to be dead before Rob's next turn. Anyway.
Yeah, but it was a
Yeah.
support. It was a support for the goat, and the goat died round 1, turn 1. So no support for the goat. This is like if you're playing Overwatch and you're playing Mercy and your whole team dies, and you're just like, oh fuck. So you pull out your little pew pew, and you're just like, I'm gonna die, and then you die.
In there.
There isn't a bigger goat vent, but we'll talk about that later. So yes, Gorkar, 15 oh wait, no. 15 is a pass. Rob, that is a fail. You are charmed. It is Jabber's turn.
I feel like viewers are gonna punish me for killing the goat.
Let's see.
It's their fault that you murderized it so quickly anyway.
Jabbers moves about 15 feet to the left, right over there. Takes out the short bow again. And goes for the hit. That is a 21 hit.
What is the range on your bow?
Oh, like 80.
Okay, you're 72 feet.
Yeah.
Alright, so what was that to hit?
21.
21.
Oh, yeah, that's a hit.
Cool.
Picky.
10 piercing.
I almost feel bad for this guy.
And the arrow goes through its forehead, and it goes flipping backwards as it disappears. And there is a roar from the crowd all around you as you are victorious.
Rob the pure. Rob the pure.
Rob's trying to get a Rob the Pure chant going, and a lot of people do, but there's like the little crowd of kobolds that are chanting Jabbers, and there's a number of people chanting for Gorkar. Frankie, unfortunately at the moment, there isn't really any chanting for Frankie going on in the stands.
That's fine. That's not my job.
I am a support
My job is
character,
making
I am
sure
happy.
everybody else does better.
Alright, y'all, I'm just gonna give you your XP for the combat. Let's see.
Oh, thank you, chat.
Don't forget
Is
money.
how
I would
much-
also like money.
Yep. Oh, you got 75 experience points for that
Son of a
combat.
bitch! Damn it!
You are still 25 XP off from leveling up. As you all foop back to the tavern. Let me change over the Sirenscape sound set.
Wait, what about money? Did we get money?
Yeah, you roll 2d20. One of them is your Velders and one of them is your Veldbucks. And you pop back in
Gorkar gets
place.
money.
Zolnar kind of like looks up from the counter as you all pop back into place, kind of standing around the interior here, and he goes, "Oh, welcome back."
Thank you.
You
Were we
see,
seriously only gone for like 10 minutes?
sitting at one of the tables is Tank and Dinkle, and they both have like huge pots of Frankie's stew. And they both just have them tilted up like they're almost done with it. Frankie, you estimate that this is both halves of the stew going into the kobold stomachs.
You little shits!
And Zolnar goes, I didn't know how long you would be. I let them have it. I'm sorry.
Did they at least pay for it?
The Tink goes, no one said anything about pay. Not fair. And Dinkle's like, shut up, Tink. Hey, that's not fair.
Well, I think it'd be only the honorable thing to do after you've eaten our meal is to at least give us, or at least my friends here, a payment.
Roll an intimidation check there, Rob.
Hell yeah, 22.
22. Tink and Dinkle both squeak at the same time, and Tink goes, okay, calm down. Here, what's it worth to you, huh?
It's gonna
Look,
be
guys, what's it worth to you?
it's gonna be at least 5 Veld bucks. I spent two alone on the ingredients.
They both grumble and ruffle around in their pockets, and between the two of them, they're able to scrounge up enough Velder coins to make 5 Velder coins. It's all we got, I'm sorry! Zolnar sighs from behind you and goes, I gave it to them here. And he fills out the rest of it. So that would be 5 more Velders, and then 4 Veld bucks.
Frankie pushes 250 back to Zolnar and says, I was gonna pay you for letting me serve it here anyway, but I'll take that part just to make back the money on the ingredients.
He nods. I just didn't want it to go bad. They were here and hungry. And I let them back in the tavern. Their ban's been temporarily lifted. If they can behave. And he like puts his hands on his hips and glares at them. And they squeak and go, Tink and Dinkle on best behavior! Simultaneously. Can all 4 of you roll a d20 to see who gets the highest?
Sure. Rob also turns to them and goes, remember, the light is always watching. 3.
13.
17.
Gorkar, gain proficiency in a skill of your choice.
Oh.
Thank you,
Yes!
thank you, Bent 130 for the proficiency redeem. You have
Oh, is
that.
that-
You have that for the rest of this session, and then it goes away.
Okay, I was gonna say, is that fucking permanent?
No, just for the session.
So Jabbers just goes up to Tink and Dinkle's table and just plops himself down on one of the stools. Why are you so broke?
Hey, Jabbers.
Hi.
What do you mean, why we so broke? Kobolds can't have jobs. No one lets us work.
Well, that's why you sneak good.
They go, yeah, we know. Yeah, we try sneak, but not here. No, Zolnar, catch us. He too good. He good. Very good eyes. And Zolnar goes, and good ears from across the room. They go, and they like both squeak and go, see, he good ear, he good eye, he good here, he foil, Tink and Dinkle. He make good
Zuzu,
food.
nice guy. Zuzu, nice guy anyway. No one to steal from him.
They look at you and they go, but he have things Tink and Dinkle not have.
Everybody have thing Tink and Dinkle don't have.
Yes, we take.
Including, why don't you take some manners next time?
No one give Tink and Dinkle or kobolds anything. We have to take what we have.
Oh, I'll give you some manners.
They both
Be
squeak.
nice.
They tried to rob me!
I don't know, he just kind of left it there.
Not the food! The
Oh,
first day we came in here.
but they didn't.
Only because we scared them.
See?
Frankie's just sitting at the bar and he does the like 2-finger points at his eyes, points at them, and goes back to counting all his money.
Anywho.
Zuzu
Zolnar,
Zuzu
how about a
says
drink?
stew not made by him. Who makes stew? The
I did.
Pointy ear guy, and they point at
Yep.
Frankie.
Mm-hmm.
Dinkle goes, "Hey, pointy ears," and then Tink goes, "Shut up, Dinkle! Hey, pointy ears, stew good. Tink and Dinkle want more sometime."
My name is Frankie. I will be attempting to find a place to set up a kitchen in town somewhere. I will let you know as soon as I do.
They both kind of like grumble, and they say, "You lucky, you get to have that. Kobold's not given anything. We stay in warrens." And Zolnar is like, "Yeah, but you all cause a lot of trouble, so I don't really feel too bad for you two, or any of you guys." And they both just glare at him, and he shrugs. It's true.
How about this? For jabbers, if you two manage to behave yourselves and I get premises set up, you two will be welcome, and I will give you some food.
Can't beat that.
Gorkar think maybe you should give them a job.
I don't know about that.
I suppose it wouldn't be too harmful to have a pair of kobolds running around, hearing the words of the town.
The two of you have never been in charge of a kitchen, have you?
What, us? They look up from the bowls.
No, he's asking Rob and Gorkar.
Oh, no, I haven't.
If I have other people in the kitchen with me, I will need more obedient and reliable employees.
That's fair.
Gorkar kind of looks down at the two kobolds and looks back at Frankie and says, "Where Gorkar from? Gorkar see kobolds taking food to brave warriors all time." And then he cracks his knuckles. He says, "They just require different type of coaching."
Yeah, I'm not really the teaching sort anyway, but I will at least feed them, as long as they behave.
Although lizard fairly easy to motivate, right way.
But you mean money?
Always good.
I make no guarantees. I'll think about it.
Zolnar laughs. Ha! Well, if you can find something that's needed in the city, I'm sure people will be willing to pay for it.
Are there a lot of restaurants or inns other than yours, Zolnar?
There are a few inns, mostly filled with those that, have been unable to find housing anywhere else. My inn is one of the few that still has rooms open.
Well, I'm not much of an innkeeper, or a brewer for that matter, although it is my mom's last name. That's neither here nor there. I never learned to make beer. I just know how to cook.
Well, good luck finding real estate if someone gives it up or, I don't know, goes crazy and runs into the dungeon, say. It does still happen from time to time.
For now, the plan is to save up money to have, money to buy those premises until then. That is assuming we live long enough after whatever Lord Veld wants us to do. I'm just making plans, because clearly we're going to be here for a while.
Indeed.
There's a sound from the door, and a number of individuals walks in.
Oh.
Jabbers, you recognize the white-eyed human from before, though he's not he's not crouched down or huddled in upon himself. He seems to be walking purposefully and fully within control of his own faculties and mind at the moment. Also, why is Zulnar over here? Oh, there's two Zulnars. Oh God.
Yeah, I'll just
Okay.
kill them.
Shh. Quiet.
Quiet, you.
So the Kinku named Kit, Meatless, and Crestane, the human, walk in, and Tink and Dinkle both wave to them as they walk in, and Kitch goes, clicks their beak and says, "Tink and Dinkle, ready for meeting?" And they both go, yeah, of course. And Meatless just walks on by, waves at you, Rob, on his way by, and walks into this room here. Kitch is walking by, kind of waves to you, Jabbers. The human Jabbers doesn't seem to see you at all and just walks by without interacting with anybody and into the room. So it's just Kitch. and Tink and Dinkle like slurp their soups up and put their bowls down, getting ready to like go into the room with the others. And Zulnar is like, oh, make sure you don't make too much of a mess in there. You're only rented out for the next 3 hours, remember? And Crestane kind of just waves his hand as he's walking in the door, like, yeah.
So, what you all doing?
Oh, we having top secret meeting, Dinkle says, and then Tink goes, Dinkle, shut up! We can't tell you what we doing. Sorry.
Why?
Top secret. Secret.
Ah.
Kitsch just clicks their beak, and which Tink and Dinkle both look at Kitsch and cower back, and they go, oh, we say too much already. Have to go. See you later. And Tink and Dinkle both scurry off into the room. Kitsch just kind of gives you a long look, Jabbers, and walks past and into the door, and the door shuts.
Ooh.
You know those guys, Jabbers?
Yeah, Dink Dinkle and, Birdie's name's always so hard, cause they sound like noises, kind of like, but, yep.
Zulnar says that would be Kitsch.
Rob's gonna turn over to Jabbers and point to the door and like make an oath, like a notion to like he puts his hand to his ear like to listen.
Yeah,
and then makes this
Zulnar's
already
watching this. Zulnar's watching this and goes, like clears his throat.
Jabbers was already eyeballing the door, but, when Zuzu clears the throat, obviously he can't, snoop while he's being watched.
I would appreciate it if you left
There's
my paying customers alone to their meeting. They have rented the room out for the next 3 hours, and I have guaranteed privacy.
fair enough.
Okie dokie, Zuzu.
So, what time of day is it at this point?
23-month subversary on D&D night, and you just noticed, JC? Bro, thanks. Nice. Thanks for the resub, my dude. Damn, that's 1 month short of a year.
Wait. I'm sorry, what?
No, 2 years. Sorry, my brain is misfiring. That's 1 month short of the second year. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say. I know what I meant to say, but my mouth didn't agree with me. 2 years. Yes, I know. 2 years. I meant to say something like the next year. Anyway.
What time of day is it?
Velderheim is a timeless place.
Okay, roughly how long have we been awake?
I mean, you've been awake for about what you would consider to be about half a day's time. It would probably be like the late afternoon.
Well,
Gorkar orders a beer.
Likewise.
Strongest one you have.
But also, assume that each in-game day is effectively covered, regardless of how much the party sleeps, rests, fights, runs around, talks, and does stuff. Each day is effectively one session.
Okay, I see how it goes.
okay. Frankie takes the book that Ruin gave him and like lays it out on the table and just goes, I guess I'd better read this.
Zolnar looks at it, like blinking, and goes, What is that?
This is what Ruin gave me in lieu of any training or actual advice.
Zolnar looks at it and goes, well, if you have issue with his training, you could take it up with Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst.
I think I'm going to give him another opportunity or two before I get all official about it.
Well, regardless, so when it comes time to take the next step, he will have to help you. I just don't think he thinks he needs to teach you anything at the moment.
I guessed as much, which is why I wasn't planning on pushing the issue, but we'll cross that bridge if we have to.
I see. Well,
In the meantime, this says something about hand movements, and he just kind of trails off as he starts reading. He reads like you see him. He reads like a peasant or somebody who like is barely able to read. He has like his finger on the page and is like tracing the line as he goes, and you see him like mouthing the words.
would you like some help, Frankie? Zolnar says.
Help? What do you mean?
Well, let me see.
Roll for tact.
Okay, so Zolnar reaches out and touches your shoulder and casts a spell on you. He casts Comprehend Languages, which means that you understand any written language that you see. So, like, you look down and the meaning of words that you usually would have to take time to work out, you just understand everything written on the page.
Well, Frankie knows how to read, and he can write, like, clearly very well.
Yeah, but what I
based
mean
on
is,
the...
like, this gives you expert reading level reading versus the, like, you know, the peasant knowledge of reading that you have.
Okay. I was just saying, based on how he writes and stuff in the journals and things like that, like, he can read and he can write well. I'm just assuming that the amount that he wrote in the journal and how well it's written probably took him, like, half a day.
Yeah. Well, Zolnar still does that. I mean,
Okay,
you find
I'm just
you find
making-
it,
I'm just
you find
throwing
it
that
just a
out
little
there.
easier to understand some of the stuff. It does have some obscure words in it that you didn't really understand because it does have like the language of the arcane within. So it's just like, oh, I understand what that word means now, and it seems so obvious in context of everything else around it.
Wow, thanks. But, you know, next time you're gonna cast magic on me, could you, like, ask permission first?
Oh, yeah.
Not, I don't want to seem ungrateful. I do appreciate it, but that's a little, you know, it's kind of like a boundary. You know, it's kind of, it feels a little weird.
Sorry. Most of us here don't. Well, we've been here long enough that things like that kind of go to the wayside. But yes, I do understand. I apologize. I will ask in the future.
Well, thanks, man, and seriously, thank you for helping me with this. It's gonna save me a lot of time. I can tell.
He smiles.
So, while these two are having their conversation, can Jabbers attempt to sneak out of line of sight, like somewhere out, you know, I don't know, this way? I don't know if how far he has to be out of line of sight.
Yeah, roll your stealth check.
Okay.
See how well Jabber slips away. While Zolnar
Well,
rolls.
is this like a, I don't forget how to pay.
That's a 19.
All right, yeah. You wait for Zolnar to be busy, and you sneak around out of sight around the corner, and his eyes don't track you. He seems to not be paying attention to you at the moment, as he's like talking to Robin, Frankie, and Gorkar.
Okay, so we know by now that these rooms basically around here are vacant except for our party, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we had Jabbers try to go up to one of the walls and, you know, kind of press his ear against it, see if he could maybe hear things through it?
Yep, so that would be a perception at disadvantage because of a wall.
Right. Gotta give it a shot.
Because of a wall.
That's still a 20, dirty. So Jabbers is just cozying up and getting a good listen.
Jabbers is the listenest lizard.
Jabbers? It's a book club.
Oh,
You're hearing somebody's book report.
They're reading, like...
Tink is like talking about the chapter that he read over the past week, and like try and like pointing at words and being like, I didn't understand this word, and they tell him what it is, and he's like, okay.
Oh, jeez. Jabbers is infinitely disappointed. These super sneaky trainers and stuff, supposed to teach them how to stab good.
They gotta
They're
have-
meeting up for.
They gotta have something for entertainment in this place.
You got a point there.
They're reading like fantasy Wuthering Heights.
Oh, they're reading a book that takes place in what effectively could be described as New York City to us, but like sounds fantastical and unreal to Jabbers.
Oh, jeez. I did not expect that. Okay, then.
Me either.
So Jabbers just comes back around the corner. He looks disheartened.
Disappointed.
What's wrong,
Yeah.
Jack?
God, that was hilarious, though.
Nothing.
Well, if you say
Zolnar
so.
looks at you, and like kind of studies you a bit and goes, "Where did you just go? Or where did you go just now?"
Had to pee.
Roll deception.
Oh, 6.
He just looks at you and goes, "The magic of this place means that is not a necessity."
Wait,
So-
hold on. Wait, we don't have to use the bathroom?
You canonically don't have to use the bathroom.
Hooray!
I take it back. I love it here.
Gorkar misses pooping.
I mean, you still can if you want to.
Pooping was only time Gorkar got to be by himself with his thoughts.
Just
Oh,
infinitely store poop.
did you not notice that it's been like 2 days and you haven't needed to go to the restroom?
I don't know if I've ever roleplayed my character having to go to the bathroom.
Exactly. Now there's a canonical reason in this game. You actually don't have to.
I did notice like
But you
a
know what?
remarkably larger amount of free time.
You know what? From now on, I'm gonna use having to use the bathroom as a tactic to get things done.
Jabber's just like his private time, okay?
Noctoriously wants to know what Gorkar's pooping thoughts are, if it's the grunting soundtrack.
To be fair, that was me that said that. I don't know if that's canonical for Gorkar.
Gorkar only grunts when he's pooping in private, because if you grunt while you're pooping in a public restroom, you can't fight, and Gorkar clearly can.
Nah, dude, assert dominance.
Well, if you grunt while
You
you're
can-
pooping in a place that you're not familiar with, someone might come and attack you. So it's not giving away your position.
Like when
Hey.
someone twists the handle on the knob when you're in there and you shout, "Come back with a warrant."
You just shit louder, but you don't grunt. You shit louder. Just.
Oh my dear God! All right,
This got
with
very
that-
blue very fast.
With that, we have
Anyways,
we have hit our halfway point for the session, and it is time for us to take a 15-minute break. So that being said, the break is starting a minute late, so I will see you all at 16 minutes past the hour here. It is right now 6:01, so I'll see you at 6:16.
See you all soon.
All right,
everybody.
have fun, y'all. Have a good break.
see you soon.
Howdy do, everybody. Spaceman Dips here. And it looks like it's time for us to come back to Velderheim, the city of the lost. How's it going, y'all? We got our players here. I see a Rob.
Rob the Pure's here.
What's up, Mr. Gorkar?
Gorkar is ready.
I heard you, Jabbers.
Yep.
And Frankie.
Frankie's standing by.
Awesome, awesome. So, Rob and Gorkar and Jabbers, it is time for the three of you to roll off to see who gets the lowest and has to read their recap of last session. In character, of course. And as you, anyone here, just so you know, we have a recap.
No.
We do 2 recaps.
Yay!
We do 2 recaps a session for the previous session. At the beginning of the session, we have one character's recap, and then halfway through the session, after the break, we have another perspective on the previous session. And we do have a Patreon. The second tier, supporter tier, which is $10 a month, is the one that you would have access to all of the players' notes for the sessions and a bunch of other materials that we've spent already countless hours putting together and creating and such together. And I would like to just say a huge thank you to everyone who has already supported us in this. As always, this is only as awesome as it is because of you guys already.
Seriously, thank you guys.
One of the things that we have got are these really nice 3D character models that you see us using. This was the very first thing that we picked up with our Patreon monies, were these nice 3D models that the players made for their characters. So again, thank you everyone, and if you would like to support, we have a few tiers for you to look at. I believe that, let me see if there we go. My Patreon is listed on my link tree there, and Nightbot sometimes occasionally plugs it. But you know, any support from you guys is very much appreciated, and is turned around almost entirely into the game. I say almost entirely because, like, I bought a caffeinated beverage for the session, which I think counts. Does that count? Does that count as like game funding?
It's fuel for the fire.
So, with that being said, what was our dice rolls? PCs.
I think it's on Gorkar.
Yeah, I rolled an 8.
Yeah, we all rolled like shite, but Gorkar rolled the most shite.
Ah. So Gorkar, if you got the lowest, it is time for a very Gorkar recap of the last session. So whenever you are ready, Mr. Gorkar.
All right. Oh, I can pull this up on Harpy, can't I? I don't
Yes,
have to
you
read
can.
this from. All right. Cool.
Let me see. There we go. As we sit down in a room with Gorkar, and he reads out his thoughts and feelings on the last session.
He's got like a smoking jacket and a pipe.
Yep. Canonically, the characters are teleported into a room where they are told to do the thing, and then teleported back with no memory of it.
Okay, so Gorkar sits in the chair and says, "You know what? I'm gonna take off push to talk because this keeps editing my document. Hold on."
Oh, just click outside of it, or don't. You should be able to put yourself not in edit mode. Like
There we go.
read only.
All right, so,
Gorkar wake up in dark room. Gorkar not know where he is. Voices around him, nothing familiar. Gorkar look around and see Kobold and 2 Pinkies. The Pinkies call Gorkar and Kobold monsters. Gorkar know he not monster. Gorkar a little offended at that. Differences are sorted, and the room rises into an arena. Gorkar like this. First combat, Gorkar get 2 kills and prove himself mighty. The Kobold called Jabbers also get 2 kills and make many fans. Human Paladin is called Rob the Pure. Never heard a name like Rob the Pure before. Gorkar will call him Rob. And the small pointy ear is called Frankie. Next combat is much more deadly, and Gorkar almost falls. We manage to survive and get to fight again against the mighty Gorthax. Things get difficult, but Gorkar and others survive. Rob the Pure getting the killing blow. Gorkar never seen humans so ferocious. Gorkar and Jabbers continue making fans. After fight, party greeted by 2 guards, named Vorst and Hank. Gorkar not like the word mister. Both guards like Gorkar's fighting, and mention that the party must meet Lord Veld, tiny little squid monster in a bowl on top of a man's body. Party finds out that we were sold to Veld for his purposes. Gorkar is escorted to a room that is nice enough and sees the best sunset he's seen, possibly in his life. Gorkar meets Merc, very strong, very, very tough half-orc. Gorkar and Jabbers get murked by Merc. Gorkar know where Merc get named. After fight, forces that be throw party into deadly fight. Gorkar gets to cleave plant beasts in twain. Not sure if it was blood or sap that came out. Gorkar has lots of money. During fight, strange men show up. In gift shop, Gorkar find Funko Pop of Strange Man. Gorkar secretly want this statue. After arena, party go back to tavern for drink and sleep. Well, no, not sleep, for drink and to find trainers. Gorkar knows exactly who his trainer is and is off to find Merc. And in Gorkar's mind, that's the end of last session.
Beautiful.
I like the juxtaposition there of Frankie's being like, oh, we have to fight. I hate this. And Gorkar's like, oh, we have to fight. I love this.
And if you would like to hear what Jabbers and Rob thought of the previous session and any sessions from here on out, all it takes is a $10 Patreon subscription, and you too can enjoy how the players have their various perspectives on things, as well as other high quality materials and backstories. That being said, we find ourselves back in the tavern with our friends. Jabbers is coming around the corner, a bit disappointed in what he heard. Zilnar is distrustfully watching Jabbers, but doesn't press the issue. And you all kind of sit down to have a bit of a comforting meal after a little bit of a hard day.
What if had stew if there was any left.
Gorkar wants strongest ale you have.
Zolnar nods and turns to pull a bottle down from the shelf as you hear the door, which is apparently very busy today, open, and Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst come strolling in.
Oh dear.
And then you're all teleported into another room for entirely different reasons.
Oh boy.
Again?
As Bent has redeemed a hard combat engage.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Can we not do this for 5 minutes?
Yeah,
This time, it's Gorkar who's seen reaching forward like Jabbers was for the stew, and it's Gorkar just longingly reaching for a bottle of ale and just like, oh no!
yeah, like
Gorkar, you're reaching for the bottle in Zonar's hands, and then before you know it, you're sitting in the waiting room.
I'm just like sitting there with a cup of ale in my thing, and it bounces back and forth like that scene in Thor.
Jabber sees all the disappointment and nods his head in understanding. Yep.
Frankie just sighs and puts his book back in his backpack.
Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst are also in the room with you, and they're both looking around like, this is not what we were coming to talk to you about, but it would appear that it is time for you to test your mettle again. We will be back shortly to collect you. And they both just stroll out like business as usual.
Well,
Okay, bye.
At least it was inconvenient for them too.
I mean, they're just doing their jobs no matter what. Alright, so you all are in the waiting room while I make another battle for Bent. Because we make these on the when it's redeemed is when the battle is made.
I didn't even have to cast any spells last time. I still have all my spell slots.
And
You
I
know-
still have another rage.
Maybe we might
So-
be rich.
Rob says in chat, I'm so excited that you guys are so enthusiastic about using the point system. Really great, thanks.
Yeah, gotta keep that engagement up.
Hold on, I've got an emote just for you, Rob.
I've been pretty good with like communicating with the chat.
There you go. How do you like that emote? Just for you, Rob.
Oh, I love it. It's beautiful.
Properly seasoned.
Alright, so I'm gonna put this combat together. You guys... roleplay, I guess.
I was gonna say out of character. My For Honor character actually goes over people's bodies and pours salt on them. Love it.
That sounds kind of great.
Outstanding.
So,
Oh dear.
do you think we keep getting pulled in here because we managed to kill Gorfax? Is that why we keep doing this? I can't believe everyone has to go through this.
Rob places a hand on Frankie's shoulder. It's no more than the light testing us.
Frankie kind of like brushes his arm off his shoulder. He goes, no offense, my lord, but I have a different god than you.
Long as you fight good, you make good monies.
I abhor fighting. I have done more fighting in the past 24 hours than I have done in my entire life up until this point. I don't even
Never
like
call Jabbers
arguing.
poor again.
What?
Jabbers
Oh,
not
shit.
poor.
Who gets it, Bent?
Wait, what is it? Oh,
Yeah.
inspiration.
Who's getting it, Bent?
It says DM inspiration. Oh, I see.
Oh, that's right. I get it. I get to have advantage on something of my choice for the rest of the session. Nice. Thank you, Bent.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Yep,
I
thank
didn't
you,
forget,
Ben.
I didn't forget
Wait.
any grunting, Bent. It's not combat yet. They're in the waiting room while I put this together.
Bent is Flavius's Twitch handle, isn't it?
Yes.
You son of a bitch! I thought we were friends.
Yeah, DM inspiration is for the DM, not for us.
Yep, that was for me. Thank you.
After that last combat, that only feels fair because we fucking wiped the floor with that. I'm pretty sure canonically in game we were gone for like 10 minutes.
At most.
I can't believe I rolled that natural 20.
That was fucking beautiful, man.
Double eights to boot.
That was like single tier.
Oh,
I'm so proud of him.
All
right,
More
that was like
grunting and
one of
more
my
goats.
best moments. Ace hasn't even had anything that great.
I'm putting the square. I'm putting the area that you can put yourselves in back down. There you go. So go ahead and place yourselves as you see fit. There we go.
I like that Jabbers always ends up standing next to Frankie. I'm assuming because almost every fight I end up making cover for him.
You never know. Gotta take advantage of opportunities.
So let me see. I need to pull up the encounter over on the side here. So yeah, you guys are still in the room for now, by the way. Until I ask for initiative, y'all are still in the room. Is the way that works. Or I should say until Mr. Vorst or Mr. Hank come to get you.
Gorkar is inspecting a weapon that you guys haven't seen him use yet. He's considering pulling something out that he hasn't yet had a chance to whack with.
I'm all out of smite stuff.
So, Jabbers,
Yep.
do you have goals outside of making money?
Not really.
You just want to accrue wealth? You don't have plans to spend it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Once Jabbers has lots of money, Jabbers live very comfortably. Don't know why Jabbers had said jumpers, but that's fine.
Oh, you mean like retirement? You want to get a bunch of money and then retire?
Yeah, why not?
Rejumperment?
I mean, that's not all that different from the desires of most people I know. That's very humanizing, Jabbers. That's good to know.
Except Jabbers will have a lot more money than those people.
Well, yes, most of those people are peasants, so they don't really have a lot of money for their entire lives.
Mr. Vorst walks in, clears his throat. It's time. Roll initiative, everybody.
Whee!
As you are brought up into the thrumming, cheering arena.
Yo, dirty 20.
What do we do when we tie for initiatives? Is it,
Mysterious stranger.
do we
It's
roll off,
dexterity.
or does it go by dex?
Oh, we'll just let D&D Beyond suss it out. We're not worried about it.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna have an ally.
All right.
Somebody cashed in, that's a stranger.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mysterious
it's-
Stranger.
Fuck yeah.
So, Bent, thank you for redeeming Mysterious Stranger. The announcer, again says, and they're back. It looks like the powers that be just can't get enough of these guys. Let's see what they've got. Go! And instantly there's a flash next to Gorkar as the man wearing the trench coat, or I should say wearing the duster with the cowboy hat pulled down over his eyes, appears in a flash, points their revolver across the way and fires. And is going to roll there to hit against one of the... Now again, you guys, as always, you know what's ahead of you. These are returned drifters and undead cockatrices.
Cockadoodles.
So that is a 17 to hit for Mysterious Stranger, which is a hit on one of the drifters. So let's see. A, B, this is A, this is B, this is C. So that hit Drifter B. So Drifter B is going to take a D10 of damage. Let's see, where is my D10? Oh, that's right, it was 2D10. There's my other D10. Alright. So he fires, and one of the drifters is shredded by the bullet, and as fast as he appeared, he is gone. There's a roar from the crowd around you, and a bunch of those little mysterious stranger Funko Pops goes raining around the arena around you. Apparently people buy them just to throw them when he appears.
Thanks again, stranger.
And it is now Gorkar's turn.
Gorkar is going to throw over his head a very fine warhammer instead of the usual great axe that he uses. Holding it in both hands and let out a vicious and rage. And then we're gonna run up to $25 feet to there, and we are going to make an attack with. We are going to make a reckless attack. I'm sorry, I'm level 2 now. I didn't get to attack at all last combat, so I didn't get to use that. At this drifter right in front of us. That's the drifter, right?
The green guys are the drifters, yeah.
Alright, so that is reckless, so it's at advantage, and it is two-handed. So on hit, it will deal 1d10 plus 3.
Ooh.
Come on, big money.
Big money, no whammies.
Yeah.
Oh, so close to a crit. Does a 24 hit?
Yeah, 24 hits.
So that's 1d10 plus 3 plus 2 for rage damage.
Mm-hmm. So 1d10 plus 5. Ah.
12 bludgeoning damage.
Dang.
You absolutely obliterate it, and it just disappears in, like, there's kind of that sound as it just disappears from existence in front of you.
I imagine it sounds vaguely like Zealots dying in StarCraft.
And Gorkar raises the warhammer over his head and shouts again.
I hope you all applied your 75 from last combat, because you know you're gonna be able to go see your trainers after this one.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited.
You know what? While we're here, before we move on in initiative order, I've thought of something. I'm gonna put together more combat arenas with various hazards and stuff that I will randomly roll up whenever you get thrown into a combat, regardless of what level combat it is.
Oh, like environmental hazards and stuff?
Yeah,
Environmental
like a fire pit.
hazards, things to hide behind, etc. This one will of course be in the rotation, but I'm going to make more.
That could also be a redemption for the audience to, like, add hazards at the beginning of fights and stuff like that, or have them pop up in the middle of fights.
I mean, the way that it works is it would be much easier just to have pre-made maps like I can do, and then just roll up a random map for it. So it's just luck of the draw which map you get thrown on. We'll see. We'll expand it as the game goes on based on places that we go.
Yeah, it'll keep things interesting.
So, Gorkar, was that your turn?
Yup.
Frankie. Francis, you're up.
Oh, put me in front of Jabbers, that's weird. I am going to do the old Mold Earth Gambit.
Yep, go ahead and put your circles down. I'll stick the rocks on top of the on top of the blue circles. Whole gang.
Whole gang.
Whole gang, rise up. And that's going to be my turn. So those rocks are placed.
Oh, that rock you mean, right?
Yeah, because I can only hit. Like, it's an action, so I can only do it once a turn.
There we go. Jabbers, pick yourself a rare magic item for the rest of the session.
Wow!
Fuck yeah, nice. Thank you, chat.
Nice. Yes.
So, Jabbers,
you.
suddenly you feel something in your hand, and you look down, and what is it?
We're gonna look at our item list here. I've got an item list for these
Yep.
redeem that I've made
Because
for myself.
because it's up to you to decide what you want.
Okay.
I have
Very
some fun.
cool.
I can't wait till I get mine. I have funny ones.
Oh yeah, all of mine are like chaotic as shit.
Yeah, mine
I
too.
love it. Hey,
You
it's
go
up to
to
the
my-
players what items are on their list. So,
Go to my inventory. Let's see. There's
and
that
remember,
one.
rare is a blue.
Yes. Do. I'm just looking over the couple of auctions that I've made for myself. Okay. And
Thank you, Gorkar,
uh
for keeping us entertained with those roars.
Is Gorkar civic?
Okay.
What else Gorkar here for? Besides smash things and roar.
We're going to grab up an amulet of health,
All right, cool beans.
which will raise my constitution score to 19 while I wear the amulet.
Yeah, so it just appears around Jabber's neck and instantly is attuned and functional. Jabbers feels constitution flowing through his body. Draconic power!
Yeah.
Was your turn done, Frankie? Hey, Frankie, are you there?
Uh-oh.
Francis!
Francis did say that that was their turn after molding the
Okay,
earth.
I'm going to
Yeah.
assume that his turn is over then and hope he comes back. Jabbers, you're up.
Cool. Well, Jabbers is gonna take.
Oh,
just
we got a
quick step.
critical redeem.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
critical.
that's the next
Whoa.
hit. That's the next attack that hits.
This is a bunch of redeems of Buff the fucking the rogue. I love it.
We'll see. We'll see. Yep. He's gonna move level 5 over to the side so he can have a little bit of a line of sight, and he's gonna go ahead and shoot off a short bow at the last floaty right over there. So, all eggs, one basket. That is a net 20 for a 25. So that is a crit.
Wow, it's like fate. As soon as someone redeems the crit, the next attack is a crit anyway.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead and roll your roll it to clear it, then roll your damage, and remember that the critical hit still hasn't happened yet from the redeem. I need to put
Gotcha.
non-critical hit, the next non-critical hit.
Okay, so.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Right, so that's 7 plus one more d6 for maximum damage there. So 14, 13 piercing damage.
And thank you, Bent, for the critical redeem there. And how much damage was that? And to which one?
13 to our last floaty boy there.
Ah, 13. Yep, that's a shredded floaty boy.
Yeah,
He did.
cool. And as a bonus action, we're gonna hide in this little hole. You want me to roll stealth?
All right, go for it. Roll stealth, and it's Rob's turn.
Alright.
The 11.
20, 30. Got myself here. And I'm going to.
You guys are lucky you went first
Yeah.
because this could have been ugly if you didn't.
Right.
Well, yeah, cockatrices are bad on a good day, let alone undead ones.
Oh. Drats, a 10.
10 is a miss, Rob.
Alright, and that means it's all I can do then.
All right.
Oh no! Now the crit falls on the enemy party.
It's
Yeah.
it's retribution of the cockatrices. So, Gorkar, this one is going to screech and just close the 5 feet, and it's gonna try to boit ya. Does a
Nice
19 hit, Gorkar?
Nah.
All right,
Yeah,
that
that's
means
a
it's
hit.
an automatic critical that I have to roll the dice for. And
Better than
Gorkar,
it fall.
Gorkar, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Better than it hit the barbarian.
And you take 4 piercing damage.
Is that halved?
So you take 2 piercing damage.
Whee!
Shit, I don't suppose it passes.
A 10 does not pass. Gorkar, you are restrained as you feel yourself begin to turn to stone.
Uh-oh.
Rob, it is going to try to bite you.
Oh boy.
That's a 7.
Yay!
Gorkar, I need you to roll another Constitution saving throw.
Is that one of those at the end of your turn and I can't do anything because I'm restrained kind of things?
At the end of your next turn. So do you have anything you can do during your turn?
I can't attack while restrained, can I?
No, you just have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I reckless, then it's just a regular attack.
That is correct. Oh, and you're right. You did reckless. So let me roll again to see if it crit again. Nope. Okay, good. I forgot that it would have had advantage against you.
Okay, so I think we're still gonna be using the new shiny Warhammer instead of switching to the Great Axe.
Gotcha.
That's a miss.
7 is a miss. Go ahead and roll your Constitution save.
I don't suppose a 12 is a pass.
Oh, 12 is a pass. You feel yourself shrug off the stone effect, and it ends. You are no longer restrained. Francis, you're up.
Frankie is going to take one of his sling bullets out of his pouch, throw it out, and cast Catapult
Uh-huh.
at the one that is attacking Bob.
You got it.
So that is a dex save from that guy, please.
He gets a 16.
That is a pass.
It sees you getting the bullet prepared and shooting it off, and it ducks and hisses.
Okay, yeah, so it still strikes the target, but it doesn't do anything.
Mhm.
Alright, so that's my turn.
Jabbers.
All right. So Jabbers pops out of his hole real quick, and sees that Gorky there is getting some stony flack, and is gonna take a pot shot at the Drake with his short bow. Doop doop doop. Is a 23 a hit?
Yeah.
Cool.
Which one are you shooting at?
The one in front of Gorkar.
Okie dokie, that's A.
Okay, yeah. So 9 short bow damage, and now I'm going to roll for sneak attack.
All right. So that was 9 plus sneak attack. So
11 piercing total. Well,
so
9
2
piercing,
more.
2 sneaks. Yeah.
All right. You got it.
Then he hops back in his hole. Bonus action hide. Roll for stealth. 21.
Okie
And that's it.
dokie. You got it, Jabs. It is Rob's 10.
All right. Here comes the flail. All right. Does a 21 hit?
The 21 hits.
Success. Take. I don't know why I didn't roll it in. Oh, it did. I'm just not at the bottom. Take 10 points.
It takes 10 damage.
And that will effectively end my turn.
All right. It is the undead cockatrice's turns. I am going to roll an advantage against Gorkar since he reckless attacked. That is another 19 to hit Gorkar. Roll a con save. And you take 5, so you take 3 piercing damage and you pass your con save. Rob, I'm
Gorkar
going
just
to
roars in its face.
I'm going to use my DM inspiration to roll advantage against Rob. And I get an 8.
Yeah! The light is with me!
And it's Gorkar's turn at the top of round 3.
Gorkar just continues seething in his rage and recklessly attacks with the warhammer with 2 hands. And that's an 18 to hit.
18's a hit.
For 12 plus 2 being 14 bludgeoning damage.
It is staggered.
Gorkar stands his ground and it's his turn.
We skip the bloodied stage entirely and go right to staggered. Francis, you're up.
I'm just gonna try a nice garden variety firebolt this time on the one attacking Rob. Natural 20!
Ooh.
Lovely.
Man, natural 20s are flying left and right in this game today.
Right.
You love to see it.
And max damage of 20 fire damage.
Woo!
Nice!
20 fire damage.
That's some hot tamales right there.
The one in front of Rob is just incinerated and is just gone.
Nice. Now I can help Gorkar.
Does the crowd react in any way?
Oh yeah, they're like, oh my god! Ah! Like, you know.
That guy in the water tribe that sees Aang and foams at the mouth.
Yeah. You hear that guy that's asked for everyone's name so far go, dude, what's your name, man?
It's Frankie.
Frankie! Frankie! Frankie!
Sounds like a bunch of dudes from Jersey.
Well, okay, so there's this, rather, my brain is doing it unconsciously, but I've noticed it already. But rather specifically, it comes from the video that Shaky Graves has posted on his YouTube for late July about how he got his stage name. And there's this one part where a drunk guy comes up to him after show and it's like, what's your fucking name, man? I realized that I was being that guy with the dude in the crowd. What's your fucking name, man?
Oh, I was just referring to the fact that a bunch of people are shouting the name Frankie.
What's your fucking name, man? Shaky Graves. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, if you're looking for some good music, look up Shaky Graves in late July. What a great fucking song. Anyway. Moving on, Frankie has incinerated a motherfucker. Anything else from Frank's?
No, that's me.
All right, Jabez, it's your turn.
Cool.
I might be silent for a
Yeah.
second while you do your thing.
Cool. Jabbers pops out again. Goes for the short bow on same guy. Same guy right there. That's him. Do. And 13 to hit? Question mark.
I think Dip said they're stepping out for a sec, so we're gonna have to wait for confirmation on that.
Okay, a 13 to hit, you said?
Yes.
Jabez, that's a hit.
Oh, sweet. Wonderful.
He has 2 hit points left.
Oh,
So you destroy him, I assume.
yeah. I don't even need to roll for sneak attack then.
Gorkar, you're like getting ready to like bring your hammer up to strike, and then bring it and like assume that like you would go to bring it down, and it's just gone. And there is a roar from the crowd around you, and the announcer says, "It looks like they've done it again. These guys are unstoppable." Go ahead and roll your 2d20 to see how many Velders and how many Veldbucks you get. Each of you get 88 experience points each, which puts you over the threshold for a level.
Oh, cool! I get $19.
So, rather specifically, after this combat is over, you feel yourself invigorated with a kind of power that you don't really understand. You just... You get... A thought comes to your mind. You don't know the source of it particularly, but you just get the very strong pull to go see your trainer. You feel ready. And you pop back to the tavern where Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst are standing there by the door where you last saw them. They look up like, "Oh, the fight's over now."
Can Gorkar have his beer now?
Zolnar is not in the room at the moment.
Rob just lights up one of his cigars.
This is really starting to interrupt my day-to-day life.
Zolnar, like, you hear some sounds from the back, and Zolnar pokes his head out and goes, "Oh, you're all back. Well, welcome back, everybody. It's nice to see you again." Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst, like, have gotten up to like, behind you guys, and they're like, "As we had said, we had some business with you. But
Yeah, fancy seeing you guys here. How have you been? It's been a long time.
it would seem that the situation has changed.
Eh?
You know what you must do right now. We will come and find you after you are done." And the two of them kind of push their glasses up and just walk out without saying another word to you.
Hello, goodbye.
I'm putting four of the bucks on the counter and hand it over to Zelnar. And I was like, as I said, I'd always give you a piece of my winnings.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome. I thank you for letting me stay here.
You kind of hear, like, the muffled voices. You can't tell what they're saying, but you can hear that Tink and Dinkle and all the rest of them are still in the room.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Hey,
I'm a
Jack.
bit excited.
Eh?
Those, you listened in on their conversation, right?
Yes.
What are they doing?
Book club.
Are you serious?
Yes. Unfortunately.
Gorkar's just waiting for a beer. Like, I'll go do what I need to do when I get done with this beer.
Zolnar pulls the bottle down that he was getting earlier and pours you the drink that he was going to pour you earlier and sets it down in front of you. There you are.
Gorkar's eyes just get giant, and he's like, many things from Gorkar.
Yes, that'll be 5 Velders, please.
Gorkar just places a Veldbuck on the table and says, Gorkar doesn't need change.
He goes, oh, well, thank you. And he tips the bottle over and it basically gives you a double. There you are, my friend.
Frankie's just sitting there like, I didn't even know those two could read.
Oh, they'll surprise you sometime.
Yeah. Apparently so.
Just to be clear, they are hobgoblins, aren't they?
No,
Hank and Vorst.
No, I was
Well,
talking about
Vorst, Mr.
Tink and
Vorst,
Dinkle.
Mr. Vorst is
Tink.
a bugbear, like you, and Mr. Hank is a minotaur.
Ah, that's right.
Well, I suppose I'm off to the arcane quarter again.
I was just saying, Rob, he flicks his ashes in an ashtray, I suppose. I'm off to the chapel then.
Frankie, you actually hear a voice invade your mind via some kind of sending or message, and it's Ruin. And he says, "It would seem that you are prepared much sooner than I anticipated. Meet me in the arcane ward post-haste. You do not need to reply to this message."
Frankie looks around like to see if anybody else heard that.
Jabbers catches his eyes and just kind of waves at him a little bit.
And then you hear the words, "Though you could, I suppose." And then that's the end of the message.
I don't.
Please insert 50 cents to continue.
I don't. Is that in my head? Did you guys hear that?
You what?
Zolnar
God,
looks at you and goes, "Would you like some hot tea? Are you feeling okay?"
No, I'm fine. I think Ruin is talking to me in my head.
Oh, yeah, he can do that.
Oh, that makes me like him just a whole lot more than I did already.
Did you respond?
I don't know how to do it.
Do you just think it and the words send to him?
Like that for his spell, or
Yes, it's the way it works. You can send a reply back. It just works.
Magic is weird.
he told me not to, so I think I'm just gonna go.
Ah, well, here you go. One for the road, eh? And he pours like a shot in a little like, he has hand-carved wooden shot glasses, and he, pours a shot out and like hands it over to you. I say hand-carved. It looks like some kind of bamboo that's been sectioned out at exactly the right size for a shot.
Frankie slaps 6 Velders on the table and says, "And one for yourself. Thanks, man."
He puts his hands up and goes, No. This is for you. You're the one that has to put up with ruin." And he like kind of laughs.
Fair. Thanks.
Yeah.
He takes it, swigs the whole thing down in one gulp, and then starts heading for the door.
All right. Frankie exits.
Jabber's just gonna wait here for him to finish.
I forgot your trainer's in the same place as us right now.
Yeah, your trainer's having a book club at the moment.
Gorkar's just drinking his now double pour of the strongest ale that the guy had, and he's like,
Gorkar can wait here. Merc probably playing cards and losing.
As soon as you say that, the door crashes open, and you hear Merc's voice go, "Gorkar! Merc so proud!" And you hear thump, 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 thump as she comes crashing through, sending chairs flying and splintering across the room as she crashes through them. And she like runs full into you, Gorkar. One of her spikes actually like gets you, and you take 1 point of piercing damage as she grabs you and goes, "Merc so proud of student!"
I'm imagining that if Frankie like exited the tavern, saw this bull of a woman come charging through, and had to like dive to the ground to get out of the way.
Yeah, Frankie, you had to dive to the side into a puddle, and you're just sitting on the side of the doorway, like, what the hell?
Sitting there silent.
Frankie's never met Merc before, so she's probably just like, "What the hell was that?"
That's true. You've never met Merc.
Oh, yeah. Assuming I
Zonar
was
looks
sitting at
across
the
the
same
room
time.
and everything, and tuts his tongue and goes, "Merc, my furniture." And she turns around and looks and goes, "Oh, Merc, sorry. Send Francis in later."
Well,
Gorkar, come with Merc. Much to do.
Gorkar swigs down his glass in like 2 big gulps, just clunk, 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 sets it down on the table. Gorkar is ready. You see arena fight? Gorkar smashed that thing.
By the way, chat, this is Merc. Just so you know which one Merc is, it's this one. Yeah, so Gorkar swigs down his drink and exits with Merc.
Suzu, how long they in there still for?
Zolnar looks at his arm and goes, "Well, you guys were just gone for about an hour or so. I'd say they should be done soon."
Good. Good.
What did you need them for? Oh, right. And he like snaps his fingers like the aha, and he goes, "You need to see Kitch."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, good luck. As soon as he says good
Yeah.
luck, you hear the door open, and Tink and Dinkle come walking out, like, discussing with each other. They're holding, like, you could, now that you know what they were doing, you look and you can see that they are indeed carrying, like, little paperback books, like, maybe 100 pages, if that kind of size. And they just go walking out and past. They don't seem to pay you much attention as they exit the tavern. A minute goes by, and then Meatless and Crest come walking out and out through the door, and Kitch is closely behind them, but Kitch stops over here and looks at you pointedly, like just waiting for you. Doesn't say anything to you, Jabbers, just stands and like expectantly waiting.
Jabbers gets up out of his seat and follows. There you go.
All right, Jabbers. So Jabbers and Kitch are gone, and Rob, you are left in the room alone with Zolnar, who looks at you and says, "Well, I guess you'd be heading out too then, huh?"
Right. As I was saying, off to the chapel I go. And Rob just shakes his head and goes, "I'll never get used to this place."
Zolnar just kind of chuckles and goes, "Oh, I remember saying that. Eventually you may."
I mean,
Rob
canonically,
just
we've been here for
reluctantly
less.
shrugs off.
Canonically, this is your second day here.
I was gonna say we've been here for less than 48 hours.
I know.
Yep. So, all of you spend time with your respective. Now, usually, this would be a bigger deal if you were, say, down in the dungeon, or even. Not that I'm going to tell you how this may happen, but if you happen to be outside the city when you hit the level up, you obviously wouldn't be able to level up until you got back into the city and went to see your trainers. But effectively, you all go to see your respective trainers here. Go ahead and level up.
Yay.
Woo!
Rob, you get to the chapel. You see Lofear, who just nods at you, and he's holding something. He's holding like some incense and some like wooden training weapons and such. And he says, "It is time." And he just leads you into like a private training room where you do some training, do some meditating, get some flagellation going. You know how it goes.
Excellent. I understand. Learn some paladin whatnots. We say a whole bunch of generic for the light stuff.
You
And,
get
I
whipped.
learned some
You
things.
get whipped a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
They hand you the thing and are like, self-flagellate. Here you go.
Yeah.
Jabbers, you spend time with Kitch. Kitch actually, for this time you spend what do all of you gain on this level up? Starting with Rob. What is it that you gained on this level up?
I get to choose a path like an oath, which I have chosen the oath of devotion.
Okay,
Which,
so when you get inside the meditation hall, Lofir actually has a number of like symbols in front of you, and he's like, actually I forgot, this is 3rd level, so we are gonna role play it out a little bit more than like just an attribute increase level. So Lofir lays out these various symbols in front of you, and has like, there's some text on a piece of paper underneath each, and he says, I need you to take a look at these carefully. This will choose your path. And you look
looked over.
through and you find the one that covers your values. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was basically gonna say the same thing you just said. But I guess as I get to the oath of devotion, I'm
Okay.
gonna look over it, and I look to him and go, I choose this one. I wish to defend the innocent and use my abilities to protect those that I care about.
He nods and says, though it is not my oath, the fact that you have the willingness to take it and your reasoning is sound is good enough for me. Come. And what is it that you gain with the Oath of Devotion this level? You usually you get some things. This is where we get to tell chat and each other kind of what our new abilities are coming into the next level.
I get 2 spells that get added to my book or list automatically. That's protection from evil and good and sanctuary, as well as gaining a 3rd spell slot.
Okay.
I also gain 5 more lay of hand points, and I get Sacred Oath, which is I gotta read it a little bit. Penalty immunity. Here we go. Oh, I see. I get to use this once per day. I get to use my channel. I can either use Sacred Weapon, which as an action, it imbues my weapon with positive energy for 1 minute, and it will be considered a magical weapon if it isn't already. It says I add +3 to attack rolls and emit a bright light for 20 feet and a dim light for 20 feet. You can end the effect at any action. If you're no longer holding the weapon or if you fall unconscious, it also ends. Or I can turn the undead.
Nice. Turn undead. That's a nice one.
And I think that's all I get.
All right. Let's see here. We've got Gorkar. You get in the training hall with Merc, and she has a number of individuals standing before you, and she like lays her hand out and she says, Merc know many barbarians, different kinds, different paths. Gorkar now decide which path for Gorkar. And then Merc gets into her place in the line and is like, tells you about hers. But you basically go down the line and each of them tells you about their path. So which path is Gorkar choosing?
Gorkar thinks to the reason that he is here
and the reason that he has his power in the first place, and says, "If not for Gorkar's god, Gorkar not able to do the things Gorkar does. Gorkar will use anger to channel the blessing of Hail of Bright Axe. Gorkar take path of zealot."
Merc nods proudly, and they begin your training, in which you feel holy energy, kind of, you feel yourself being imbued with holy energy, because zealot is kind of like as close to paladin as barbarians get, isn't it?
Yeah, you essentially get like a mini smite on your first the first creature you hit on your turn.
Nice.
Smites for the gods.
Run us down. What all is Gorkar gaining here?
So with Path of the Zealot, Gorkar gains Divine Fury, and at 3rd level, while you're raging, the first creature you hit on each of your turns with a weapon attack, and it doesn't say melee or ranged, it just says weapon, so Gorkar could easily hit this with a javelin if he can't get into range.
Yep.
Takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your barbarian level.
Ooh.
Rounded up, so right now it's 1d6 plus 2.
Cool beans.
And you can choose between necrotic or radiant, but since Gorkar serves a goddess that was originally like a dwarven goddess, I chose radiant.
Okay.
Also, Warrior of the Gods is where your soul is marked for endless battle. Seems appropriate for Gorkar, who comes from a world of endless battle.
Yar.
If a spell such as Raise Dead has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not on death, the caster doesn't need material components to cast the spell on you. Which I think includes Revivify.
Yeah, hold on a sec. That means that I can use Revivify on you when I learn it without having to use diamonds? That's fucking busted.
That
Wait,
is
hold
correct.
on. What was the text on that?
If a spell, such as Raise Dead, that's the example they gave, has the sole effect of restoring you to life, but not undeath, the caster doesn't need material components to cast it.
Then you can be revivified for free, yes. And the way that works as well is if Gorkar dies, you have 1 in-game minute, 60 seconds, to revive him before he dissipates and wakes up in the resurrection chamber.
Oh, I'm gonna abuse the fuck out of that.
That's really good for a barb.
Yeah. Gorkar is dead. No. No, he's not.
Also, Gorkar gained 9 hit points this level up. So Gorkar is now at 32 hit points. Well, max hit points.
Just say no to dying.
But also, in that regard, dying to a instant kill automatically removes you from the board. So if something does, over damage, if something brings you to 0 and the remaining damage is at least your hit point total, or more, and you instant die, then, like, in that instance, Gorkar's body would just be gone instantly, no revive available.
So, like, you're in double your hit points, basically.
Basically, yeah. Unless you're instant killed, your body persists for a minute before disappearing. Like, if you rolled death saves, then, then you stay. And it's 1 minute after the final death save is failed, not 1 minute as of the first death save starting. For obvious reasons that you're not dead. So anyway, we have... Who's next? We are up to Jabbas. Jabba. Kitch brings you into the Warrens, and actually, it's just you and Kitch, as the two of you are, like, acrobatically, hopping and ducking and diving and weaving and jumping through the intricate maze work of the Warrens. Kitch is talking to you about your, like about your skills and what kind of things you're good at. And though you don't really realize it until it's all over, you actually effectively picked your path and learned a few tricks based off of that path. So what path does Jabbers choose? Or what subclass does Jabbers choose, and what does he learn with it?
Well, the roguish archetype that that
There we
Jabbers
go.
chooses is the thief,
All right.
which at 3rd level is going to give me fast hands, which means that basically as a bonus action, I can use a sleight of hand check, thieves' tools, like disarm a trap, open a lock, or use an object like oil or caltrops as a bonus action instead of an action. That they normally would. I also get second story work, which basically means that climbing doesn't cost me any extra movement. I also get it says that when I make a running jump, distance I cover increases by number of feet equal to my dex modifier. So I will have to check that. But I also got steady aim because 3rd level. Not just from my archetype, but and that'll give me as a bonus action, I can give myself advantage on my next attack roll if I need to. Only if I haven't moved during the turn.
Awesome.
So let's see. I don't think I get anything else at this level.
Yeah,
Well,
sounds like a lot, so.
Yeah. I mean, I got 30 HP now, which is
until the end of the
definitely better
session.
Until the end of the session.
And Frankie, you get to the arcane ward and walk through the wall, and find yourself inside, and there is a person that you don't recognize, that greets you, a very short, like gnomish wizard gentleman, who tells you, Ruin said that he was busy, but here, and he hands you like a little booklet with like it's like an informational brochure on
It's like a pamphlet.
Yeah, it's like a pamphlet, and it just says understanding the changes within your body, and you look at it and it's like actually pretty good information on understanding what is changing magically within you. And yeah, you already kind of gained. The thing is that when you hit level 3, like you felt like a block on your power, and as you like read this brochure, you feel that block lifting from you, and you gain access to your abilities. But Ruin is nowhere to be found. He has not made an appearance. He sent somebody else to hand this to you.
That's fine, honestly. Frankie is about as concerned as seeing Ruin as Ruin is about as concerned as seeing him.
It's
So
a
as a
symbiotic
sorcerer,
relationship, and it works out because you're a sorcerer. You don't really learn from somebody.
as a sorcerer, I chose my subclass at level 1. I
Yes.
picked Divine Origin, but 3rd level I get access to Metamagic. So, for those of you who have never played a sorcerer or don't know, Metamagic is kind of the thing that makes sorcerers sorcerers. They get abilities that let them kind of edit the rules of spells on the fly. And the metamagic options I have picked are Distance Spell, which allows me to extend the range of touch spells to 30 feet, or extend the range of any range spell by double. So, like, if a spell's range is 30 feet, I can make it 60 feet. And I also took Quickened Spell, which allows me to take a spell that has the casting time of 1 action and reduce that to a bonus action.
Okay, so Frankie, the brochure, the information in it was actually like a meditative exercise for like effectively, it's like at this point in the changes going on within your body, you have a choice that you can consciously make, which will direct the way your magic interacts with the world around you. Here's how to guide the meditation, and it gives you like breathing exercises and shit. And you're like, you do it, and you find yourself in a meditative headspace where you mentally effectively choose your meta magic. Like you can see like little symbols floating before you in the meditation, and you understand them and what they are and what they mean. And when you reach out and grab one, you feel the magic of it infuse you, and you know that you have grown in your abilities with this meditation today.
Sweet. And I think other than some additional spells, because that's what spellcasters always get when they level up, I think that's all I get.
Beautiful.
Question for you, Frankie.
Ooh.
Answer for you, Gorkar.
Is there a way for a sorcerer to get Eldritch Blast without having the multi-class?
Let me see.
I'm pretty sure there's a kind of sorcerer that can take Eldritch Blast, but it would also be super broken.
I mean, it's only a D10, and Firebolt is already a D10.
It's only a D10 until you're higher level, and then it goes up to 2D10 and then 3D10 because you get multiple bolts.
Well, that's fair, but there are meta magic options I could take that essentially allow me to mimic that. Like there's Twinge Spell and stuff like that, which I may take at later levels. Or, because of the optional features, I can take different meta magic features every time we gain a level that would give us ASI improvements.
Mhm.
So, well,
Wow. I was just thinking about the range on a distant magic or whatever it's called, Eldritch Blast.
Firebolt already has the same range as Eldritch Blast.
Oh, nice. Jesus, so that's 240 foot.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, exactly. No, the reason I took these is because now I can cast Cure Wounds from 30 feet away,
Nice.
or I can cast Cure Wounds as a bonus action. Stuff like that. Always very helpful. I considered taking some of the other ones. Like, every meta magic option is really good, but I think these two are the ones that are going to serve my role in the party the most.
Mm-hmm.
You can always tell who the like actual like
Role filler is and who just the murder hobo is based on what they find the utility in those meta magic things is. I'm over here like, oh, Eldritch Blast from sniper's range, and Frankie over here is like, I can touch people from 30 feet away to make them stop bleeding.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, if you took that Eldritch Invocation that Warlocks get that already doubles the range of Eldritch Blast, and
Spell Sniper.
then you took
I know I've got World of
distance
Warcraft
spell.
World of Warcraft on the brain right now, but Frankie is literally just a WoW priest.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Convenient.
Wears cloth, throws heals from a distance, holds a stick. That's a priest if I ever saw one.
Couldn't agree more.
I mean, that's kind of the role I took, except for I don't worship a particular god or anything like that. It's just all from within, baby.
The last Warlock I played had the Spell Sniper, and I could be pretty much anywhere on a battle mat and just rock off those Eldritch Blasts.
You mean
it's
Volok?
it's so
Mhm.
fucking busted. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Volok. Good character.
Mhm.
Ended up having a very powerful sugar daddy at the end of that campaign. So all of you get done with your respective trainings, and you make your way back to Zolnar's Tavern. Actually, no, I'm not going to assume that. Where are you all looking to head after your training, actually? Because it is really up to you what you do. I don't want to preempt you by saying you go somewhere, and I shouldn't do that.
Well, Rob knows he was trying to be summoned by those two guys, so he figures he actually should report back to the tavern.
Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah,
Rob
we're
heads
supposed
back
to
to
get-
the tavern.
Yeah, that's what Frankie's going to do too, because we were supposed to get orders from Mr. Hank and the other one whose name escapes me.
Mr. Vorst. Vorst. It's the word worst, but cut the W in half and pronounce it a little different.
He's the worst.
Worst is the worst.
Yeah, the word worst with a German accent. I got it.
Or I guess his name
Okay.
could be Verst. But it's Vorst. Gorkar, are you heading back to the tavern as well?
Yeah, but Gorkar is also going to kind of take his time and kind of meander through these little like residential districts just to like gauge. He's only experienced interaction with the humans, and it wasn't pleasant. So he just wants to see what everybody's reaction to a bugbear walking through the city is.
Well, Gorkar, as you roll around the city, looking around at everyone, people don't seem to pay you much of a never mind. You're just another person walking around the city to a lot of them. Though you do get looks every once in a while from people, you get the impression it's more that you're new than that you're a bugbear.
Gorkar lumbers through the city with a fangy little smile on his face. Because even in his world, he was an outsider that was taken in by the goddess of the rival faction because of something he did. So he's like always been given the jeering looks. It's kind of nice.
Yep. And Rob, I assume you make your way back to the Fiddler.
Indeed.
Awesome. So you all make your way back to the Fiddler. Gorkar kind of strolls in last, looking really chuffed with himself. And as each of you arrived, you found that Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst were both sitting at a table, and Zolnar is standing behind his counter looking extremely nervous. And as each of you walk in, he looks more and more relieved. And then is eagerly anticipating, almost getting out of control anxiety, but before Gorkar finally steps in, and he sags with relief as Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst both stand up, straighten their ties, and go, "Come with us," to all four of you.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay.
Just don't shock us.
Gorkar shrugs and walks back out the door and waits for them.
The four of you are led back to the very large square building that is across from the arena. You see that there are two more Minotaur guards standing out in front. These two Minotaurs, though, are only wearing very tight leather pants with leather straps around their bulging bare muscles, and they are holding very dangerous looking spiked weapons, and they pole weapons that they have crossed with each other across the entryway to a very large dark tunnel that seems to stretch down into the distance below. And your two bodyguards walk up to them, and they give them a nod, and the two Minotaurs just silently, without breaking their 1,000-yard stare forward, both pull their weapons close to themselves, unblocking the entryway. And Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst turn to look at you, and they say, "This way." Well, I should say Mr. Vorst says, "This way." And they head down into the darkness.
I don't like that.
Gorkar strides in first.
Jabbers strides in behind Gorkar.
I follow after.
Frankie brings it to the rear.
Trying to get
Alright.
closer to the front.
So, you all walk for about a half hour to 45 minutes. Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst have no intention on speaking, it would seem. They're just walking silently ahead, pressing ever forward down into the darkness. Eventually, you find yourselves walking into the corridor, heading down, opens up into a very large, expansive, dark room. You get the impression that it's huge based on the way sounds echo around you, more than you can't really see anything around you farther than about 10 foot in the darkness. You kind of see the faint gleaming of stalactites and stalagmites from the ceiling and the floor.
Would that be any different for Jabbers?
Jabbers with your dark vision, yeah, you're just in like an enormous cave. Anyone
Frankie
with dark,
also has dark vision.
anyone with dark vision, you are in an impossibly large cave. It is enormous. You can see the ceiling and the floor, but the walls out to either side are just gone in the darkness. And you can see ahead of you, about 200 feet ahead where Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorse are heading, is this absolutely massive creature who sits, it's like, you can't see any arms or legs. It seems to be resting on the ground, and its head is larger than some of the largest buildings you've seen. And you just see like its two eyes, one on either side, kind of gleaming in the faint firelight up ahead.
What is that unholy thing?
Mr. Hank turns to look at you and just says, "The Shoggoth."
Shubu?
Bless you.
What?
The Shoggoth is where you will be heading for your first trial. But first, you must meet it.
Hi, I'm Jabbers.
And for us to fight that thing.
No, you shall not fight the Shoggoth. The Shoggoth is merely a door.
Oh.
A door? I don't understand.
All will be explained. And you all make your way. Actually, I need to change the sound, don't I? My goodness.
Jesus Christ. Okay, if
Also, sorry.
not
You
to
first.
distract while we're doing that, but apparently I also gain 2 fucking second level spell slots at 3rd level. Holy shit.
Nice.
Mm.
So,
Very cool.
I just
Mr.
went from
Hank-
having
oh,
3 first level spell slots to having 4 first level spell slots and 2 second level ones. That's
Nice.
insane.
So Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorse leads you down in front of this impossibly large creature. And though you do not see any mouth on it moving, its thoughts seem to radiate out. Your mind gets the impression, like, it's almost like there's echoes being added to this voice. Though it's not speaking audibly, it's within your mind. And it says to you, "Welcome, travelers."
Huh?
That's weird.
You
too?
are the lost that have been brought to me for Veld's test.
What test are we to face?
Below, in the depths of the darkness, there is the trials of Veld. But first, you must make your way to Gore. And though you've never heard of a place called Gore before, your mind is suddenly filled with a vision of, like, your sight very quickly, rapidly travels back up through the tunnel, out into the city, towards the western gate, through the western gate, and you are amazed at the sight as you see this large, expansive red landscape. The sky is red. There's kind of a faint red haze, like a misty haze hanging in the air. You see like bat-like creatures flying in the distance, and in your mind's eye, you see this village off in the distance on a hill, and you understand that this place is the place called Gore. And it says, "You must go to Gore. You must face Dutrex. One of you must become the holder, the bearer of the gem of Dutrex. Only then will I allow you into the depths of this challenge."
Gem.
So there's a challenge before we can accept the challenge?
You must unlock the door before you may enter.
I feel like we're saying the same thing.
It does not respond.
Really is it worth arguing with the thing?
I mean, the semantics are important in a situation like this.
You say a lot of words.
You must go there, meet with the feral tieflings that live in Gore. They will direct you to Dutrex.
Gorkar just ready to fight.
Mr.
Yeah,
Hank and
like-
Mr. Vorst close in. This conversation was very short for how long it took you to get down here, but they both just close in front of you and nod, and they say, "The Shoggoth is tired. Come with us. It is time to leave. You must prepare for Gore."
And
Hey,
I
I
turn
mean-
around.
And
I
they
need naps
lead
sometime.
you back up the 45-ish minute walk out of the darkness. Eventually,
Will we get a chance to
sorry.
long rest? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The way long rests are gonna work after the last session and this one, and I actually do have a mechanic in mind for it that I was going to let you all in on afterwards, but since you asked, it's a good time to talk about it. Only short rests during a session, with the exception of if the session paused in the middle of combat, then we would wait until after the combat is over at the beginning of the session. But essentially, you guys long rest between every session, with the exception of ones that you're in combat. And that's the way we're going to work it, because technically you guys don't sleep, you don't need to eat, you don't need to go to the bathroom, you don't need to drink. There's a lot of things that you don't need to do. And so the magic of the collars that you're wearing to control you also kind of naturally infuses you with this magic of like the long rest mechanic. But it only happens naturally between each session. You guys are technically effectively always on the go unless you decide to take a break in character.
So we don't need to eat?
You don't need to eat, but you do get hungry. That's the problem.
This is a
You
godless
wouldn't-
place.
You would not die if you did not eat. You would just be insanely hungry.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Yeah.
Maddening.
Yes, so you are led back up.
This whole place is maddening.
This whole
you speak
place
truth.
is a product of my imagination, so congratulations. I'm pretty fucked.
Thing of man.
And you all find
Someone
yourselves
clip
back
that.
out in the rainy city, where Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst leave you, and they say, "We will come and find you tomorrow. Until then, you are free to go about the city as you please again. Be prepared for the trial to come. Dutrex is not an easy fight." I say that tongue-in-cheek, thinking about the last time we did this. Where you guys wrecked the boss in the literal first fucking round. Okay, so this campaign is one that I ran up to like maybe level 3, but it was also tuned much differently without all the extra combats.
It was a text game.
It was a
I
text
think we actually hit
play-by-post
level
only
4.
game, and yeah.
No,
and...
we didn't get that far because I was a fighter and I never got my Battlemaster shit.
Mm-hmm. So wow, my brain just derailed. Anyway, holy shit, I hate having ADHD sometimes. Wow.
First round Dutrex,
Oh my
first
god,
round
you're
Dutrex.
right. You're right. Dutrex didn't get to do anything. I gave this badass description about how he came onto the battlefield, and then he rolled really low on his initiative, and then the players killed him where he stood, and I'm giving him a beefier hit point pool this time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Gorkar beat the shit out of him. Sirocco filled him full of arrows. It was a good time.
Yes. Gorkar what is it? Gorkar and Gorkar remastered here.
Yeah, Gorkar as he should have been built
Or
per his
Gorkar
backstory.
Redux.
Yeah, per his backstory, this is how Gorkar actually should have been built. But I was a high risk, high reward player, so I took the Berserker Barbarian path.
Yes. So, you all are let back out into the city, so now, you know that, for anyone watching and for the players as well, when they say tomorrow, I do mean next session. So, at this point, it's, a whole lot of stuff within the city, tying up all the loose ends with your guys' roleplay with various NPCs, maybe meeting some new ones, and maybe advancing some storylines with them. But really, we are still very much in the hands of the players as to the direction that we go, and my imagination for what I decide to pull on them.
Let's chat for another combat at us.
And chat for redeeming combats.
Gorkar would like
Although
to
I
go
think all
sign
the
up for the
combats are
arena.
gone.
Yeah, I think they're done beating the crap out of us.
Gorkar would like to go sign up for the arena.
Oh boy,
Is,
another combat.
is Gorkar voicing this?
Yeah, Gorkar is going to tell the party.
Gorkar wants to make money and have fun. Gorkar going to the arena.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Gorkar, but I'm coming with you.
I guess I will
Frankie
also join
proved
you.
himself mighty.
Well, if we all going.
I learned a lot from my trainer, and I'd like to test some things out before we go fight this Dutrex thing.
True. I'm trying to earn a humble amount of money, maybe get some armor improvements, so I can stay up on the battlefield better.
Gorkar like these pinkies.
They okay.
Frankie just subtly pulls money out of his bag and gives 6 Velders to Jabbers.
He's great.
With like a look on his face like, I'm only okay, huh?
No, Jabbers thinks you're pretty great.
Frankie smirks. Alright, lead on.
How many was that?
6 Velders, so 6 of the coins.
Alright.
I actually have more bucks than the coins. I got lucky.
Shinies.
We do like shinies.
I've been rolling really good on the money front for rewards, so I actually have quite a bit of cash right now.
Yeah, Gorkar's looking pretty good right now.
I'm trying. I really want to like get my hands on Clayton at some point.
That is your destiny, is the paladin.
Right?
Whereas Gorkar's destiny is bracers and a codpiece.
Oh, I just realized, like, you technically don't wear armor as a barbarian, do you?
Nope. I can take bracers because they're considered an accessory.
That's great, because if I learn mage armor, then I can cast mage armor on the barbarian. Because it's only for someone who isn't wearing armor.
That's incredible. What? Holy shit. That is brilliant.
Isn't mage armor a self only?
No, it's touch.
Yeah.
Shield is self-only.
Oh my god, that's busted.
And
you
I
do it
have
from range.
distance spells, so I can cast it on him at 30 feet.
Oh my god. So yeah, you guys all mob the arena and clamor to get given a fight. And so they say, well, the crowd's gonna want something big from you guys, so it's gonna be challenging.
Bring it.
Gorkar is ready for the challenge.
I can't believe I'm agreeing to this.
The light is with us.
Bring on the cash.
Alright, you asked for it. You guys
Gorkar,
can go
like,
ahead and roll
pumps
your
his fist to
initiatives,
his
by the
chest.
way, because I am ready. While we
Oh.
get you guys ready for the arena. Yeah, I'm ready.
That's a dirty 20.
13.
It'll
22.
it'll record it on its own. It's all good. All right. There's the red one. There's the player spot. Oh my goodness. Jabbers, you already got an item, so I want Rob, Gorkar, and Frankie to roll a d20. You want to get the highest number.
It's probably not going to be me.
Gorkar, what'd you get?
Lucky!
Yo!
It's Gorkar.
Lucky!
Yo!
All right,
Very
well,
nice.
Socrates, thank you for the very rare magic item redeem. Gorkar, choose one of your purple
lucky.
items to take for the rest of the session. I hope you've got that list ready that I asked for.
Thank you very much,
I
chat.
do. I'm looking through it. Thank you so much.
So make sure you set yourself in the blue box somewhere while I get prepared to do this fight.
I am just super thrown by the amount of
shit.
fucking spell slots I just got. That's absurd.
I accidentally
You can keep me alive.
got rid of the box. There we go.
What's in the box? It's the players.
Get into box.
Wait, did we long rest before or no?
No.
No.
Long
Okay.
rests
Remember,
are
negative.
long rests are
Yeah,
between
the whole
sessions,
fucking
as I
box, right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Unless we deliberately say we're taking a long rest, and then we have enough time, 8 hours of time to do so.
Also, as you guys are walking into the arena, Gorkar, you suddenly find yourself with a very rare magic item in your hands. What is it?
Just a second. Hold on. Let me pick what I'm gonna do. I think I know what it is.
Okie dokie.
Gorkar finds himself with some wraps that go from his mid calf down to his heel and around his foot, and is now equipped with boots of speed. While he's wearing these, he can bonus action and click the boots heels together, a la Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, and the boots will double your walking speed, and any creature that makes an opportunity to attack against you has disadvantage on the attack roll. The boot can be used for a total of 10 minutes.
You have unarmored movement, don't you?
I'm pretty sure I get 40 feet of movement speed. Let me check.
That's what I thought whenever you get unarmored movement, because I know barbarians eventually get it, I just don't think they get it as soon as monks do.
Okay, no, not yet. I'm still at 30 feet. But still, click the heels together and that's 60 feet of movement
Click your
speed.
heels 3 times and 60 feet of movement.
So yeah, that's what Gorkar got. Thank you very much, chat. I think that was Socrates.
Oh,
Thank
Socrates.
you very much.
Very rare is blue item or purple?
Purple.
White bull. I think secretly we're all just trying to grind to gain levels. We're just grinding mobs.
All right. So, you all find yourselves in the arena. And Gorkar's roar is going to set us off. No? That's fine. You are facing against
Holy crap.
2 half-ogres, a bugbear that you don't recognize, and a Nyxborn lynx.
I think Dips is getting tired of our shit of just destroying combat encounters.
And Gorkar, nope, it's Jabbers is up first in the initiative as the announcer goes, "These guys just can't get enough. If they're not getting teleported in for a fight, they're coming in and asking for one. Let's rumble!"
Alright, so, right from the get-go, we're pulling out the short bow.
Oh, by the
And
way, Gorkar, what did you take? I didn't hear, by the way. Sorry. I wanted that before we started
It
the
was
fight.
it was the boots of speed.
Nice. Word. Okay, sorry, Jabbers. It is now your turn. And
No
thank you,
problem.
Socrates, for the very rare item. I'm
Right
gonna
from
take
the
a dab for
get-go.
that.
Yep. Pull out the short bow, and I'm guessing this was the bugbear here that you
The
mentioned.
bugbear's the small one, the half ogres are the big ones, and the lynx is, the cat.
Okay, so yeah, we're shooting for the bugbear.
No offense, Gorkar, but bugbear's dangerous. Pew pew.
Gorkar has shown you who to target.
It's a 19 to hit.
A 19 on the bugbear is a hit.
For 8 short bow damage.
Alrighty.
Piercing. Oops, that's not the button. And then, let me do some quick measuring here. How far we gotta be away from here? Oh yeah, we
my
can get
dab
it.
nail, so you can take your time.
Cool. Well, I can pretty much be wherever the hell I want to be in order to shoot whoever the hell I want to shoot. So, we were right here, weren't we? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Alright, remind me how much damage you did to the bugbear?
Oh,
8.
8. Yes. Thank you.
8, cool. Awesome.
If I do anything else for my bonus, I mean, I don't think I can really. I mean, if Jabbers, no, I don't want to go prone. I can't really hide from where I am. I'm pretty in the open, so I think that's it.
All right. Woo! Had to dab to that. It is now Gorkar's turn.
All right. I think I'm going to use 5, 10, 15, 20 feet of movement. We're going to end up right there. Gorkar is going to rage. And now, we're going to continue using the Warhammer that was previously seen. Very finely crafted, nicer than either of the other two, like the javelins or the great axe. And we are going to recklessly attack the bugbear.
He sees you coming for him, Gorkar, and you see him get this really determined look like, yes, I am the dangerous one. Come for me.
As Gorkar reaches over his head to two-hand his warhammer, he says,
Maybe you've heard of Gorkar before.
Oh, God.
and that's 21 to hit.
Oh, God.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a hit. Roll that damage.
Say my name.
I don't know it. How much damage are we looking at there, Gorkar?
8 bludgeoning.
8 bludgeoning? Huzzah. He is bloodied.
Oh my god.
Gorkar is holding his warhammer two-handedly and thudding it against his chest and just
Is that Gorkar's turn?
Yup.
Do you not have 2 attacks at level 3? Is that not yet?
Not yet. Nope.
Word.
Did not get multi-attack yet.
I think
All
multi-attack is at 5th level for everyone who gets it.
Okay. So, the 2 half ogres are going to move, well, this one's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right here. You
That's
see it's
all-
looking at you, Frankie, but it can't quite close the distance. But it was looking at you, Frankie, drool coming down its lips. And this one's going to go 5, 10, 15 feet next to Gorkar. So the one that's now next to Rob, I'm going to go at a little bit of an angle here. There we go. The one that's next to Rob is going to pull its giant battle axe up over its head with a bellow, both hands, and is going to bring it down at you, Rob. That is a 12 to hit.
That is a miss.
Gorkar, did you recklessly attack?
Gorkar did.
The other one, the same thing. A big bellow with a 2-handed fling over its head, and it comes down for a 13.
That is a miss.
Oh my god. These 2 guys are truly dangerous, and they both missed. But now it's the Bugbear's turn, and he's gonna Morning Star at Gorkar. That's a natural
Gorkar
2
is
or a
dead.
natural 1 for a 6 to miss. The Bugbear is like flustered at Gorkar, and it's like, ugh. Also, this Gorkar doesn't seem to like understand or speak language. Like, you're talking at it, and it's like, like, this is not an intelligent Bugbear by a long shot.
Clearly ours is the superior bugbear.
So,
These are like the bugbears from my world.
this guy moves 40 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Straight line into Rob. Right here.
Oh my.
He goes into Gorkar's threatened square, but he does not leave Gorkar's threatened square, so he does not take an attack of opportunity from Gorkar.
Long reach biting me in the ass.
And it is going to use its, well, it gets pounce on Rob because it moved at least 20 feet straight towards him. And it's going to try to hit you with a claw attack, Rob. That is a 14, Rob. That's a miss, I believe. All right.
Indeed.
You're lucky. It pounced at you, and you get the impression that if it hit you, it could have knocked you down easy. This thing is huge. Rob, it's your turn for retribution.
All right. Well, seeing as it came passing, like as it like leaps at me, I'm gonna try to like hit it right in the jaw, like swing it upward.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I am keeping track of what redeems were used during a session.
Nice.
That way, when like, say for instance, a green redeem is used, well, that green redeem will not be present the next session, but will return the session after that. A blue redeem is gone for 2 sessions and returns on the 3rd. A purple redeem is gone for 3 sessions and is back on the 4th. And an orange redeem is gone for 4 sessions and is back on the 5th. And that's kind of along with their rarity. So, Rob, how much damage was that?
That's 5 damage.
5 damage. There's a flash of light, and you crack it across the jaw, and it just snarls and hisses at you angrily.
Beastie. Oh, that's the end of my turn.
Francis.
Frankie is going to away a little bit to avoid the ire of that guy.
That guy was coming for you, but couldn't quite make it.
And then Frankie is gonna look at that one and cast Guiding Bolt.
You got it.
And I am going to use my Favored by the Gods feature, because that did not roll very high. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 hits. So it looks like
Oh.
it's going to miss, and then like a golden hand reaches out from, like, kind of emerges from nothingness and redirects the bolt right towards it.
So it takes 19 radiant damage.
Woo! Whoa!
Hey!
Cast that at second level. And Frankie just kind of smirks and goes, "What? Did you think I was helpless, did you?"
It's bloodied.
And then on top of that, now what is so anyone who attacks that guy until the end of my next turn has advantage. And that's my turn.
Alright. That means that we are up to Jabber's top of round 2.
Okay. From Jabber's vantage, I'm not worried about range because he can shoot whatever the hell he wants to right here. If I moved him right here, does he have line of sight? Or actually, better yet, right here. Does he have line of sight to the bugbear?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, I don't think I get...
Eyeballing it, I said yeah. I checked, and the line goes between everything perfectly. Like, if you look at stream, look at stream and look how perfectly, literally between everything your line of sight is.
Oh, I'm measuring it right now. Yeah, that's
That
good.
is fucking impressive.
It is perfectly centered.
So...
It is barely touching Frankie's base. It is barely touching between the bases of the half ogre and Gorkar, right to the center of this guy. Yeah, oh my god, there has never been a more perfect, like, can I make this shot? There's never been a more perfect can I make this shot. I was like, I'm just gonna give it to him, but I want to check.
That is so good.
Oh,
Oh, that would have been really good after all that hype.
that was some hype.
Oh no.
If only
Well-
somebody redeemed inspiration for a player right now, Jabbers would get to re-roll that attack. I
Wait,
wonder
wait.
if anybody in chat wants to redeem.
That would be pretty
we're-
wild.
Well, if Jabbers, if that's it for you.
Well,
I have the points.
And well, unfortunately,
I'm joking.
players are not allowed to.
Oh,
Jabbers,
no.
well,
That's not-
Socrates, that actually gives me inspiration. You used the wrong
no.
one.
Let's let that fly, I think.
I'm going to assume that you meant to use
Play
this
PC
one.
Unless otherwise stated.
There you go. I gave you the right one, Sock.
All right, so let's roll again.
Because
For that advantage.
I know that's what you intended to do.
Thank you very much, Socrates.
You need, yeah, inspire a PC, because what you did was give me inspiration.
So that's a reroll, or
Yep, you just basically it's a reroll because you would have had advantage technically. Which is
Great.
how we're treating an on-the-fly inspiration as, oh, re-roll that.
There it is.
yeah. So a 23 to hit. That looks a lot better.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Cool. That is.
Roll your sneak
Really
attack as well. Oh wait, no, it's not. He's not right next to an ally. Never mind. Oh wait, no, you had advantage. Roll your sneak attack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow. Ooh, technicalities.
Roller
Gotta
coaster
love
this
it.
attack is.
Not a technicality.
4 plus 4, 8 damage.
8 damage to the bugbear.
Yeah.
The bugbear is staggered.
Loverly. And now that's definitely it for Jabbers.
Gorkar, you're up. Thank you, Socrates, for the redeem.
Thank you,
Very
Socrates.
much.
Gorkar is going to attack again with this Warhammer that he's been using at advantage because it's reckless.
Mm-hmm. Woo!
That's a 22.
Yeah,
Yes,
a
it's all.
22 would be a hit, I think.
Alright, so that's 6 plus 2, so 8 damage.
8 damage to the bugbear.
Yep.
He crushes skull end with the warhammer, and he just dissipates into nothingness on the ground.
Gorkar raises the Warhammer over his head and just roars.
And that's just the chanting for Gorkar begins. Gorkar! Gorkar! There's a little rain of money. We'll allow all of you a bit extra money on your dice rolls at the end of this combat if you survive.
Ooh.
Remember, you must survive in order to get the monies.
It's a very important.
And now, Gorkar is going to click his heels. Let me calculate my retreat.
Specifically, that was because the one bugbear took out the other bugbear in spectacular fashion. So we're given like a money bonus on that.
Crowd loves to see the bugbear on bugbear action.
Yes, hot bugbear on bugbear action.
Gorkar is the fuzziest of the bugbears.
We're not gonna have a Gorkar body pillow. We're not.
Some chicks are into that.
We're not gonna have a Gorkar body pillow, and I'm definitely not ordering one when we have it. Because we're not gonna have it.
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's the fuzziest pillow in town. Anyways, Gorkar is going to click his heels together and activate the
Is the Jabber's body pillow just a regular sized pillow?
It's like a throw pillow.
Oh my god! Now we're gonna have freaking body pillow covers for all the characters, and then just a regular pillowcase of Jabbers. No! I hate my brain. Can someone help us merchandise this fucking game?
Oh my god, I fucking love it. Alright,
it's a full set. Rob is your support, that goes on your support pillow for when you want to sit up. Jabbers is on the regular pillow, the small one. Gorkar is the body pillow. And then Frankie is the blanket that, you know, covers you over and keeps you warm. It's a full bed set.
That's fantastic.
Love it.
Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, wow.
Take my fucking money.
Take my money.
Well, we'll have to have somebody design it first, is the problem. So, you know you'd like something like this for all of your D&D games. The healer, usually the healer gets to be the one that has the blanket.
So for
anyway.
for Tuesday, is Hedon the blanket or is Hedon the pillow that goes between the legs?
Eden is a marital aid.
Hedon's the dildo on the side of the side table. Honestly, it's one of the demonic ones, and I will go no further on that. Is that your turn, Gorkar?
Sponsored
No,
by Bad
Gorkar
Dragon.
clicked the heels together of the boots of speed and is going to impose disadvantage on anyone who is attacking him as he retreats back a little bit into the thick of things.
Which means regular attack because they have advantage and disadvantage at the same time.
It's a
Right?
reckless attack.
Because you reckless attacked, right, Gorkar?
That is correct.
So that is a dirty 20 to hit.
Silvery barbs on that one, actually.
Okay, how does that work?
They have to re-roll it and take the lower one.
All right. That is a 11.
Yeah.
That is a miss.
On top of that, Frankie is going to give advantage to Rob.
Alright.
And Gorkar parks it right there to create a little bit of a wedge between people who want to maybe enter the space of our squishies.
Is that your turn, Gorkar?
Yep, that will be the end of Gorkar's turn as he bears his Warhammer two-handed and just snarls.
5, 10.
And also, remind me again how
20.
much damage I took on that last attack.
Oh no.
Oh man, I don't have.
Oh
that.
no, it missed. That's right, it missed because silvery barbs. All right, cool.
So, this one is gonna run up past Gorkar, but not leave his threatened square,
No.
and park it right next to Frankie. This one's going to 5, 10, 15. It's gonna stay over here, and it's gonna hit Rob. So, Rob, we'll have you first. It raises its battle axe up above its head and brings it down for a 12.
That's a miss.
Frankie, suddenly in a bad position, my friend, as a 17 to attack comes your way.
That's a hit.
You take... Oh god, you take 22 slashing damage.
Whoa! Frankie's down.
It cleaves Frankie with a nasty slice, nearly severing one of his arms off. And Frankie just topples underneath it, underneath the impact. And it just raises the battle axe above its head with both hands and does like the sand people with the gun thing. Let's make Frankie the dead. And that's it for those two. The one that is attacking Rob, the Nyxborn Lynx that's attacking Rob, is going to try to bite him. Rob, that is a 12 to miss. Rob, it is your turn.
Excelente.
Save me, Rob.
Your sorcerer is on the ground bleeding with their arm hanging off at a bad angle.
Problem is, if I move, I get two things that get an opportunity attack on.
That's true.
Yeah, this is rough.
I have to break free, so
I
hopefully...
want to break free. Oh my god, did you really think the same thing as me?
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
also thought the same
All
thing.
right.
I
gonna
got to
hit-
break free.
We clearly have the right D&D group right now because
I'm sorry,
100%
that song
of us
fucking
just
slaps.
thought that.
Oh, you butthole.
Oh no.
It was gonna be a
You butthole.
14. Alright, well, that's clearly a miss, I think, on the big fox guy. And there's
Oh.
nothing I think I can do to change that at the moment.
All right.
That, unfortunately, is my turn.
Francis, roll a d20.
One failed death save.
Oh, that's a 9. So one failure for Frankie. Jabbers, you're up.
Boy, I have a few options here.
So just so you know, anybody can make a medicine check to try to stabilize a friend, but you have to pass it for it to work.
Yeah.
Or like wounds him if I can get over to him.
Yeah,
Or lay a
that
hand.
too. But I was talking about like Jabbers or Gorkar if they wanted to try, but it's
I would
like,
remind you all that the best offense or the best defense is a good offense.
Yes, that is also true. I was just letting you know the option was available. I wasn't saying you should do it.
Okay. Okay.
Just most players don't know that you can do that. So.
Okay. Shoot. Okay. Let me think here. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Or you could
And
buy
if I
healing
go,
potions while you're in
25.
town. That's a thing you could try to buy too.
That would put his target right on me.
They do cost
Okay.
50 Veld bucks though.
Now let me see. Sorry, I am just doing a very quick look at my options here. Is that a bonus action? Okay. So we're gonna scoot up here, and yeah, we're going to attempt to medicine check this Jeffers tried. We're gonna attempt it.
It's you gotta get a 10 or higher on your DC.
Man!
Jabbers, you see the like pulsing. You see the wound. There's pulsing blood, and you understand enough about blood to know that that's supposed to stay inside. So you take a bandage and wrap it really tight, right there.
Yeah. All right. That's great.
That's supposed to stay inside.
Uh-huh. Okay. So
you're stabilized, Frankie.
Yay!
And
Jabber's
that's,
over here doing the surgery like Jabber's smartest lizard.
I mean, it's true fact. True fact.
Dr. Jabbers.
So that was an action, right?
Yep, that was an action.
Okay. So what Jabbers is going to do next is he's gonna look at the big loomy guy he's right next to them. So he's gonna look at him for a second or two, and then he's gonna let out a war cry.
Oh no! Oh no!
And until the start of my next turn, everybody has advantage on attack rolls against Mr. Mean right there.
Okay.
This guy.
Yeah, the screech that Jabbers lets out kind of thunders through the arena with draconic energy, and the half-ogre is suddenly rethinking its options. As it's like, whoa, that was a big roar.
Yeah.
Anything else from Jabbers?
Yes.
Big roar, little lizard.
We're gonna get the fuck back as far as we can. So we went 20. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong button. So we can go another 10.
Oh hey, Rob, did you miss your attack against the big guy? You were attacking the half ogre, right?
The links.
Oh, okay. Because the next attack that goes for the half ogre next to you has advantage.
Not anymore, because it's at the end of it was at the end of that turn.
Oh, okay. Well then, never mind.
Okay, but yep, that's Jabber's done.
Okay, Gorkar, you're up.
And the bugbear is absolutely incinerated, right?
Oh, it's done. Yeah, it's gone.
It would appear that
it
would appear that Gorkar would have the range on the half ogre being 10 feet away.
The half ogre is 15 feet away from you at the moment, and the other one is right next to you.
You could.
And you would take an attack of opportunity to move 5 feet over.
Would I leave its
It only has a
range?
5 foot. It only has a 5 foot threat range.
Okay, well then Gorkar will recklessly attacked from position.
By the way, Frankie, it does 2d10 plus 3 slashing damage with 2 hands.
Oh yeah, so it basically rolled almost as high as it could.
It rolled a 9 and a 10.
Yeah, which was barely over my max hit points, so it was just like destined to bring me down in one hit.
Just shunk. Ah!
Does a 16 hit?
The half ogre? Or the lynx?
Yep. The half ogre.
Yes, it does hit the half ogre.
Excellent. Alrighty. That's 4 plus 2, so 6 bludgeoning damage. And I think that's it from Gorkar.
6 bludgeoning damage to this half ogre. Bam. Okay. That means that we are up to the half ogre's turns. This guy is going to turn to Gorkar, and it's going to two-handed battle axe over his head at advantage because Gorkar is reckless attack. Oh, that's a 9 to hit. You're lucky. That was almost a natural 20.
Gorkar.
Oh, sorry, Gorkar. What's
Gorkar
up?
slides out of the way
Yes.
and just screams at him.
Oof, and Rob, that's a 9 to miss you. The Nyxborn Lynx is again going to try to bite you. Rob, that's a 10 to miss.
Alright.
And it's Rob's turn.
Actually, this time I'm gonna swing for the half orc. I know he took some serious damage before. Oh, thank you! That was almost a 1. 19.
Yep, that's a hit.
Alright. For... It says 3, but I rolled a 7 and a 1. So... Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. 10.
Yep. So that's 10 damage. Cool. So there's a flash of light, and you deal 10 damage to the half ogre. It is on death's door. And those of you that don't know what this means, it means that it has a single hit point left.
Not worth the smite. I'll get you next time.
Well, now that you know it's on death's door, you can't smite it. I fucked it up. I should ask if you want to smite or not before announcing that from now on.
I wasn't going to anyway.
Alright.
Yeah, that'll end my turn.
Alright, Francis, you're stabilized. You would be at 0 hit points, not 1 though, I think. Let me check to see how medicine works.
It doesn't let me put it at 0 without putting me in the death situation.
Oh, all you have to do is say success, success, success. It just automatically gives you all successes.
Okay.
And because you're still at 0, you can still fail death save, so you're still at 1 failure. Like, for instance, if you took damage in any way, you would still take a mark of failure. So you're at 3 successes and 1 failure at 0. Let me look up, though, medicine rolls on unconscious. And yep, I was right. It's a DC 10 rules. Okay, yeah, it just says stabilized, which means you're at 0. So yes, yeah. I'm glad. Wow, I didn't know if that was how it actually worked, but I'm glad that it does. Cool. So Francis, you don't have to roll any death saves. You are stabilized. Jabbers, you're up.
Cool.
It looks like they're ignoring you because you're down, so you're probably safe.
The ogre on the other side of Rob, that's the one that's on death's door, right?
Yes.
Cool. we're gonna move Jabbers 5, 10, 15, 20. We're gonna put him right over here.
Okay.
And we're gonna shoot at the guy on this door
Cool
with
beans.
a good old-fashioned short bow arrow thing. Dirty 20.
That's a hit.
For 4. That's.
I mean,
that
he
says
has 1 hit point left, but you can go ahead and
Right.
roll all your dice if you like.
I like the clicky clackies.
Yes, the clicky clackies.
So that would be 12.
12 damage. Yeah, it goes in through his eye socket, and he just backwards, and before he even hits the ground, he's already dissipated.
I'm telling you, Rob, get me back in the fight. I have a plan.
Put me back in, coach.
I gotta get this cat off of me.
Put me back in, coach.
Now that I know he's
No problem.
gone,
Let's see how
I'm
it,
gonna
like,
move 5, 10 more feet over here, and that's Jabbers.
Gorkar. Put me back in, coach. Hey, Gorkar, you're up.
Gorkar is going to attack the lynx. Is that 10 feet of distance? Or do I need to move for that?
No, it's one diagonal, so you're in range, I'd say. You're 10 foot.
So we're going to a reckless attack.
The kitty cat?
Meow.
Meow.
That's right.
That's right.
Trademark, 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 trademark.
Woo!
That's a 23 to hit.
I'd say that's a hit, sir.
Minimum damage. So 6 bludgeoning damage.
All right, you smack it, and it just makes it even madder than it was from the first time it got hit. And it hisses at you.
I'm telling you, man.
Yep.
Risk the
Gorkar
opportunity
holds his
attack.
ground.
Risk it for the biscuit, Mac.
Yeah, so that's it. Gorkar holds his ground and roars in the face of the enemy.
All right, so you reckless, did you?
Yep.
Half Ogre A is going to get an advantage attack against you with their battle axe. That is a 13 to miss. And it's like,
That is indeed a miss.
The cat is going to turn and face Gorkar, and it's going to hiss at you because you just pissed it off, and it's going to bite at you with advantage. That is an 18 to hit.
That is a hit.
You take 12, so you take 6 piercing damage, Gorkar. And it is Rob's turn.
Oh. I
Gorkar
am
is
going to take...
perfectly bloody.
Oh, you are? It'd be bad if you were.
And yeah, Gorkar is bloodied.
Alright. We gotta deal with the fox. Alright. That's a dirty 20.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna smite you outright as well. There's the damage for that. And then 2d20. Up to that, 2d8.
Okay, so 8 plus numbers plus 9.
And 17 points of damage.
You passed bloodied entirely and stuck it in the staggered. It went from being pissed off to being a little wary of you.
And since I think I can actually do both. Well, I can move over. I'm gonna actually break off 5, 10, 15, so I know I'm gonna get that opportune attack.
Yep, it's gonna make an opportunity bite attack against you, Rob. That is a 10 to miss.
Nice. That ends my turn. Actually, that ends my turn.
I have 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, you could do that without getting in his range. Cool. Francis, you are having a nice dirt nap. Jabbers.
Okie dokie.
Frankie's gonna wake up
you,
just
buddy.
in time for it to be over.
I got
That's
you.
fine, as long as I'm conscious to grab money.
Oh, is that why
See?
I'm over here now?
No, because if you
No, I'm
can
kidding.
revive me and the combat lasts that long, I can end this fucking fight real quick.
Oh, that's good.
Jabber's thoughts. If as long as I'm awake to get the money.
Those are my
Jabbers
thoughts, Traven, the human avatar of Frankie.
I'm only awake because
Is that another
I got
shirt? It's
stroke
just
of
like a
of
picture
good
of Jabbers like looking up and a little thought bubble over his head, and it's just like a rain of Velders and Veldbucks.
Okay. I mean, I would say no, but we're gonna go ahead and shoot at Mr. Kitty Cat.
I just heard a bugbear go, "Fuck you!"
Ooh,
What
and
the
that's a
hell?
miss.
Sirenscape, I'm pretty sure it's not what I actually heard, but it really sounded like one of the bugbears just said, "Fuck you." That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's an 8. Definitely a miss.
That's a miss, yes.
Alright. Stop
Too
doing
wide.
that. What can I do right here? If I can 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Not quite enough to get them both. What if 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. No. Poopy doop. Scoop de whoop. Yeah, I can't really do anything else without, but you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put ourselves just a little bit closer so next time maybe I can. And that'll end my turn.
Okie dokie. I just realized that I don't have you guys bouncing when you talk, and I'm gonna just bounce effect. There we go.
Look at me, I'm bouncing.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
That should fix it. Oh, it doesn't fix it. Oh well. Either way.
Uh-oh.
It
Oh,
doesn't.
I see Jabbers lighting up. There we go.
I mean, you're lighting up. Here, I'm gonna reset the source. There we go. Nope, it's not doing it still. Doesn't matter. It's all good.
Okay.
Oh, that was interesting.
Ah. Dabba-dabba-dabba.
Alright, oh, it doesn't matter so much at the moment. We're lighting up, it's good. Jabbers, anything else from you?
Oh, that's the end of me turn.
Gorkar, and also, I forgot to mention that it was the top of round 5 with Jabbers there.
Whee!
Yeah. Mr. Gorkar,
Yes.
it's your turn. Gorkar,
Yes.
it's your turn.
Gorkar is going to recklessly attack. Is that the links that I see?
Yep. I
Is
mean,
it
the
vaguely
links,
cat-shaped?
the links and the half ogre are on either side of Gorkar at the moment. You're lucky we're not using optional flanking rules. because those are optional.
I will
And they honestly break
recklessly.
5e more than they help it.
I will recklessly attack to the links.
Okie dokie.
That is a 21 to hit.
Yep. That is a hit.
That's 13 plus 2, so 15 damage.
15 damage to the links, right? The 9
Yep.
hit point links goes down. Gorkar crunch right into its forehead, and it just, the eyes go crazy as it starts falling to the ground and it disappears. Like the axe sticks into it. You're using a warhammer or an axe?
Warhammer.
Okay, well then you just crush its head in, and it goes flopping down in front of you before dissipating. Oof.
Gorkar cries out in triumph, like,
Anything else from Gorkar?
that is it.
Half Ogre is going to crunch at Gorkar. Did you reckless attack, Gorkar?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, are you having trouble coming through? I'm not sure.
Sorry, we're going to disengage on a bonus action, and we're going to impose disadvantage, so which is regular attacks.
Oh, so he would so you disengage and move? You said?
Yep.
So he would get an attack against you, but you have some ability that doesn't that gives him. Oh wait, no, yeah. So he would get a
It gives
regular.
them disadvantage, but
He would get a regular attack against you.
Disengage means you
Yep.
don't provoke.
Oh, that's right. So wait, but you use your attack action already. Can you use your
No, I
bonus
can
action
use-
to disengage
yep,
with the boot specifically, right?
yep.
Cool beans. So you use your bonus action to disengage and run for it. Where are you going? Well, you freed him. So, 5, 10, 15, 20.
No, not jabbers.
You freed him.
Oh no!
He swings down at you, Jabbers, with 2 hands, and it shook right into the sand next to you, almost missing, almost getting your tail. That was an 8 to hit,
Lizard panic.
and it is now Rob's turn.
Right.
It's okay. We got
I'm
something
just
for you.
Going to reach down and touch Frankie on the shoulder, and you are going to get an automatic 5 points of HP back. Lay of hands.
So,
Frankie sits up. What happened? Did we win?
you look over and
No.
see a giant half ogre like trying to kill Jabbers. Like it's in this moment that the axe is coming down and Jabbers is going. "Ah!"
And then I will move to 15. And then my turn.
All right, so I believe that puts us to Frankie, who uses 15 feet of movement to stand up, question mark.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then 5, 10, 15 feet to move here, and then he is going to hit this one with a guiding bolt.
Uh-huh.
15 to hit.
Yep, that's a hit.
So Frankie just, stands up, runs over there, throws out a guiding bolt, and goes, "You shouldn't have done that." 14 points of radiant damage.
14 points of radiant damage. It is bloodied.
And next attack against it has advantage.
You got it. Anything else from you there, Frankie?
That's it.
Jabbas.
Okie dokie. So,
What we're gonna do now?
Your attack would have advantage against him.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. So what we're gonna do is we're going to attack with booming blade in mind, using our short sword.
Yeah, Gorkar. I like how all the Gorkar grunts in the battle music are canonically Gorkar now.
All right, so 19 to hit.
You would get advantage, so roll it again to see if you get a 20.
To 24.
You do get a natural 20.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah,
Wow.
that's a hit. Roll your damage plus sneak attack plus your crit dice.
Let's clear that.
I mean, okay, he has 10 hit points left. I'm pretty sure that you're about to do a lot more than 10 hit points of damage. But roll those numbers and tell us what you get.
So 7 plus.
Oh my god. I can't believe none of you died in that fight. I did make a deadly fight.
Yes, thank you for saving my ass, Rob.
I didn't take a single hit point.
No,
Yay!
because you have 17 friggin' AC, you overpowered
10,
bastard.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage.
Yeah, he had 10 hit points left. He goes down, and there's a wild cheer from the crowd as they go, "Can they not be stopped? They're insane! They're unstoppable! It's the Lost!" And everyone's like, woo! Cheering and going crazy. And so what you're going to do is that you actually are going to get an extra amount of money because none of you died in that fight because it was a deadly fight and I really expected it. You're going to roll 3d20 for the Velders, and you're going to roll 3d20 for how many Veldbucks you get.
Sick.
You basically get an extra d20 for each time you impress the crowd with this.
Okay. I hope I get a better
So
one.
that would be 6d20, or how?
Well,
3d20?
3d20 for how many Velders you get, and then 3d20 separately for how many Veldbucks you get.
17 Velders?
And this is like because there's such an exorbitant amount of money like on the arena floor that you're able to scoop up much more in a go as Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst come out and are like, "Come, it is time for you to head back into town."
Away, dice.
And you guys are like, all right, as you're like scooping the money up. Oh, also, I will say that anytime the Funko Pop figures are thrown on the floor, on the ground, you can always forego one of your D20s to pick up one of the pops. Right now, there's no mysterious stranger or anything like that, but I'm just letting you know. Oh man, that was wonderful.
Now I remember
That was
why I
a good
hate
fight.
fighting. Oh, I'm gonna feel that in the morning.
So, you guys are escorted back out into the city, where Mr. Hank and Mr. Vorst dump you out into the main area, and they say, "Now, you must rest, for you need to be prepared for the day tomorrow."
Yeah. Frankie's gonna go have a lie down. Oh God.
Know that
So,
the powers that pull you into the arena, they do not take a break just because you have left the confines of the city. You are always at the mercy of their whims. Never
So-
forget that.
Wait, we're going into a fight? They can also pull us into an entirely different fight?
Yes,
I hate this place.
it is not
Wow.
so bad. Now, get some rest. Mr. Vorst says before turning and walking out. Before he gets all the way out, though,
Gorkar
he
loves
stops. He
this
stops.
place, by the
he,
way.
Before he walks all the way out, he does stop next to Gorkar and say, Gorkar should visit with Horestus. He had something he was rather excited about, and he kind of gives you like a. He pulls his glasses down, and you see his eyes for the first time. They are pure black. There's no other color in them. And he winks at you with one of his eyes, and he says, he has quite the surprise for you, Gorkai. I am looking forward to the future of what you have to offer us here in Velderheim. And he pulls his glasses back up over his eyes and walks out the door. Mr. Hank just shakes his head. Apparently him like pulling his glasses down and showing you his eyes is a breach of etiquette in the eyes of Mr. Hank, who just walks out silently after giving Gorkar a long look and then walking out after his associate.
Gorkar just nods in affirmation and moves towards the gift shop.
But also, now that you've seen his eyes, you understand that while Mr. Vorst looks like a bugbear, he is something much more than just a bugbear.
Before Gorkar goes off to the gift shop, Frankie is going to put a hand on him and restore some of his hit points and go, "Good fight, Gorkar. Good."
Oh yeah,
good
by
fight."
the way, you all do get a short rest, but I mean, we're about to get into the end of the session. Which means that if someone redeems any fights at this point, we're gonna kick their points back to them because it's too late in the session to do anything crazy.
You get 10 hit points back, Gorkar.
Beautiful. And yeah,
Gorkar nods at Frankie and says, Frankie has proven himself very mighty. Gorkar is happy to have your help.
Yeah, happy to be here, buddy. Now I'm going to go sleep forever.
Sleep sounds wonderful.
Gorkar, you head out through the city streets, kind of taking in the sights around you, the wonderful feeling of the cool rain on your fur, and the buzz of the city around you. The fights, while they might seem meaningless in the context of everything, they do give you an opportunity to flex your muscle in a way that you never thought possible before, because up until now, you've only done battle with dwarves and other goblin folk. These creatures you are now facing, truly, this was a test only Gorkar was worthy of from your world. And these thoughts are kind of making their way through your mind as you approach Horestus's shop. Oh my gosh, what was the name of it again? I freaking forget. The Brawler's Bounty, that's the name of it. You make your way up to the Brawler's Bounty. And we don't have, we're way too close to the end of the session to really have too much more happen, except that Gorkar walks in and Horestus is like walking towards him with his arms open, having seen you approaching through one of the windows from outside. And he has this little Gorkar doll that has like this really kind of impressively detailed warhammer in one hand, and the fur feels just like your fur, Gorkar. And Horestus puts it to you that this could be the first in a long line of amazing products for your adoring fans. And we're gonna leave off. Oh, go for it, Gorkar.
Gorkar reaches out and touches the fur and looks at Horestus and just nods and says, "This is very accurate for Gorkar."
Orestes nods approvingly and says, I am quite adept at my craft. Thank you. And we will discuss the kickback for this after you get back from Gore. That will truly give me an idea of how to price the merchandise. The Gorkar merchandise. And he gives you an approving pat on the shoulder as he leads you in the back. And our vision, as the audience zooms away from the city, out into the mists and the swirling astral magical goop surrounding this small city demiplane known as Belderheim, the city of the lost. And I would like to thank everyone who came with us today on the second session of this most amazing journey. And I would like to thank our players as well for being here and being awesome.
And thank you all for being here.
Thank you,
Thanks
everybody.
for all your support.
Yeah, so as you know,
Later.
the game starts every week at 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But also, hey, you guys finished an arena fight, so let's give you some XP for that, shall we?
Right.
You guys gain 200 experience points each for that fight.
Bam.
Yeah. And,
Woohoo.
yep. Wow.
Jump
What?
from 3 to 4 is significant.
It is. It really is. I was able to throw something truly dangerous at you without feeling too bad about how much damage they could do.
I was very excited about the level 3 games from a barbarian.
Level 3
Yes.
is like where
That's
the game
very
begins
good.
for most classes.
Yep, level 3 is where the game starts. And usually I would recommend that campaigns start at level 3 for experienced players, but starting at level 1 was very much inherently a part of this setting to the point that I could not skip it.
It was very good narratively.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
have fun listening to the sessions that we've had so far, just 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, 0 and 1, you say.
Well, yes, 0 and 1. You're right.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering about Session 0, Session 0 is actually available to anybody and everybody that signs on with our Patreon at the $5 tier or higher, and that gives you access to a recording, a 40, what would you say, like 45, 50-ish minute recording.
It's about 45 minutes.
Yeah, about 45-minute session recording of Session 0, which details each character individually, separate from each other before they met each other, and is their introduction into how they ended up here in Velderheim, the city of the lost. That being said, y'all, that was a great session. My eyes are tired and my head hurts, and so I'm gonna go lay down myself. I hope you all have a great night, though.
Yeah, hopefully
Yeah.
I'm feeling better by next session as well. And ipso facto, Frankie would be as well.
I had a great time tonight. I'm glad everybody tuned in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Make sure to follow any of us who actually do the streaming thing. Uncle Nick's is a great streamer. Obviously, Spaceman Dips is the DM. Could it be JC here? And yeah, just go ahead and give us follows and show us some love. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Time is our most precious commodity, and we are very glad you chose to spend some with us.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Hope to see you guys next week.
Have a good night, everyone. This has been Spaceman Dips and crew signing off. Good night.